The House will come to order. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Shebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Armagost, Bacon, AML Bacon,
Excused.
Barone, Byrd, Basenecker, Bottoms, Representative Bottoms,
Excused.
Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Clifford, Representative Clifford,
Excused.
DeGraff, Duran, English, Representative English,
Excused.
Espinoza, Foray, Representative Foray,
Excused.
Froelich, Rep. Froelich, Garcia, Representative Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Gonzalez, Hamrick, Representative Hamrick is excused. Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, Kelty, Leader, Lindsay, Linstead is excused. Luck, Lukens, Mabry, Marshall, Representative Marshall is excused. Martinez, Morrow,
Here.
McCormick, Pascal, Phillips, Puglisi, Richardson, Ricks. Representative Ricks is excused. Rootenell. Representative Rootenell is excused. Ryden. Sirota. Smith. Soper. Rep. Soper is excused. Stewart K. Stewart R.
Here.
Story. Sukla. Taggart. Titone. Valdez A. Representative Valdez is excused. Velasco. Weinberg. Wilford. Winter. Woodrow. Woog. Zokai. And Madam Speaker.
With 57 present, 8 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Journal of Monday, April 21st, 2025 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Members, we are moving to business. I'd invite you to take your seats. Thank you, members. Please take your seats. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Joint Resolution 17017.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Joint Resolution 17. Members, I'll ask for quiet in the chamber. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of our resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 17 by Senator Liston, also Representative Puglisi, concerning honoring Petty Officer First Class Daniel T. Griffin, and in connection therewith designating the North Academy Bridge as the Naval Aviation Pilot and Aviation Machinist Mate Petty Officer First Class Daniel T. Griffin Bridge.
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Senate Joint Resolution 17 and ask that it be read at length.
Mr. Schiebel, please read our resolution.
Whereas Petty Officer First Class Daniel T. Griffin was a resident of Colorado Springs, attended Colorado Springs High School prior to his enlisting in the United States Navy, and served as a naval enlisted pilot assigned to Kaneohe Naval Air Station, Hawaii in 1941, flying the consolidated PBY Catalina. And whereas on the morning of Sunday, December 7th, 1941, Daniel T. Griffin was on duty with his PBY Catalina aircraft, and upon recognition of the ongoing Japanese attack, he attempted to take off, but was shot down by enemy aircraft. After making an emergency exit into the water and while swimming to shore, Griffin was fatally wounded by enemy gunfire. And whereas Petty Officer First Class Daniel T. Griffin is known to be the first Coloradan killed and believed to be the first American serviceman killed during the attack on Pearl Harbor. And whereas shortly after Griffin's death, Admiral Chester Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet, issued a citation recognizing Griffin's valor. In 1943, the United States Navy commissioned the USS Daniel T. Griffin, a destroyer escort, in recognition of Griffin's sacrifice. And whereas Griffin's body was moved from its original burial location in Hawaii and re-interred in Evergreen Cemetery, Colorado Springs. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that the North Academy Bridge spanning Interstate 25 in Colorado Springs be designated as the Naval Aviation Pilot and Aviation Machinist Mate Petty Officer First Class Daniel T. Griffin Bridge, and that the Colorado Department of Transportation may explore a cooperative agreement with the Colorado Springs City Council for the maintenance of the signs marking the Naval Aviation Pilot and Aviation Machinist Mate Petty Officer First Class Daniel T. Griffin Bridge.
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to bring forward this very important resolution for a very incredible man. As you heard his story, he's a true patriot, and I'm so incredibly honored to be able to bring forward this resolution. His story was forgotten until 2015, but now we are going to be able to share his story with this bridge and help inspire and encourage those who will cross over it into the Air Force Academy to be courageous and brave in defense of our country like Daniel T. Griffin was. I'm incredibly honored and at this time want to allow a fellow Navy veteran to also speak, but this resolution is really important. The naming of this bridge is incredibly important to our community, and so we really appreciate the opportunity to bring it forward and thank Daniel for his service.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to say, although the Navy is few and far between in Colorado, you can see the difference in impact that someone like Petty Officer Griffin has had on the state and the nation. So I want to say how proud I am. Thank his family for everything he does. Every life lost is a hero lost. And our veterans and our military are the utmost. And I'm sorry that I'm getting emotional, but our veterans and our military mean everything to me. And even though I didn't know Petty Officer Griffin, I'm so very proud to call him a brother. And thank you very much for this resolution.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 17. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Duran and Richardson. Please close the machine. With 61 ayes, 0 no, and 4 excused, Senate Joint Resolution 17 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Madam Majority Leader. Oh, please close the machine. Madam Majority. Mr. Shebel. Reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits of committee, recommends the following. House Bills 1057 as amended, 1065 as amended, 1079 as amended, 1112, 1153 as amended, 1268 as amended, 1271 as amended, 1302 as amended, and Senate Bills 175, and 184 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Shebel. We are going to take a moment for a quick announcement. Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, just before we get to our business, I want to do a quick announcement and welcome House District 2, the greatest House district in all of Colorado, is here today. That's right. Every one of us knows that we have about 88,000 bosses, and I am blessed to be joined by some of mine today. These are the folks that we do this work for. Every day, you know, we got about 2 weeks and a day left, and I know that stuff is sort of a pressure cooker right now, but they're the reasons that we do this work. They're the reasons that we come down here and work together and try to solve Colorado's biggest challenges. So thank you for helping me welcome them today, and let's get on to business. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Rep. Members, I have one announcement. Representatives Byrd, Sirota, and Taggart will be excused at such time as needed for the JBC to meet. And Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Health and Human Services will meet today at 1:30 in room 112. We will hear the following bills in the following order: 1328, 194, 197, 122, 169, 192, 193, and 195. See you there.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee will meet in LSBA at 1:30 for 4 bills, 187, 182, 69, and 8.
Thank you. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Judiciary Committee members, we will be meeting in room 107. I hope it's at 1:30, but we will see. We're going to hear Senate Bill 116, Senate Bill 41, Senate Bill 185, Senate Bill 190, House Bill 1264 for action only, and Senate Bill 179. We will either be at 1:30 or when we adjourn, whichever happens later.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the following bills be added to the special orders calendar April 22nd, 2025 at 9:22 a.m. House Bill 1315, House Bill 1319, House Bill 1153, House Bill 1122, House Bill 1269, House Bill 1268, House Bill 1271, House Bill 1057, Senate Bill 36, Senate Bill 70, and House Bill 1302.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar for today, April 22nd at 9:22 a.m. Representative Clifford, sorry. Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Clifford will take the chair.
The House will come to order.
Yep, he does.
With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read at length. Will be read by title. The bills will be read by title unless there is a request for a reading of bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen on iLegislate and in today's folder in your box account. The bills will be laid over upon request of the upon motion of the majority leader, and the court rule is relaxed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the special orders bills be considered in the following order. House Bill 1315, House Bill 1319, House Bill 1153, House Bill 1122, House Bill 1269, House Bill 1268, House Bill 1271, House Bill 1057, Senate Bill 36, Senate Bill 70, and House Bill 1302.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1315.
House Bill 1315 by Representatives Sirota and Puglisi, also Senators Weissman and Kirkmeyer, concerning vacancies in the General Assembly.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. I move House Bill 1315, the Appropriations Committee report, and the State Civil, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just 1 second before we get started. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we appropriated $338,415,000 for cash funds, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriation Committee report to House Bill 1315. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the State Civic, Veterans, and Military Affairs Committee report.
Well,
Rep. Sirota.
thank you, Mr. Chair. In the State Affairs Committee, we made several amendments. We struck the change to the number of precinct committee persons to remain at 2 per precinct. And we kept the addition of county commissioners to the vacancy committee. We clarified how county reimbursements would work for the new election. We clarified Section 4 of the bill to ensure we never skip over a general election in keeping with the broader intent of the bill that intends for no vacancy appointee to serve more than 1 regular session before facing an election. We clarified the petition process for ballot access, and we clarified the ways in which campaign finance laws apply to each part of the vacancy process. We also have some amendments to the committee report, so I will start with L008. I move L008 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In L008, we're adding a definition of major political party vacancy election and making some conforming language changes. And we also are adapting the component of the bill that describes that the state will reimburse counties for a vacancy election at the current established rate, and this will happen whether or not there is a statewide question. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I'm offering substitute amendment L14 to House Bill 1315.
Please
I
move the
move
amendment.
substitute amendment L14 to House Bill 1315.
That is a proper motion. One moment. Please explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment would just institute special elections that are already set up in our statute. That's why it's only 1 page long. It's time maybe to just rip the Band-Aid off and do what the voters would expect us to do. Only 5 states, only 5, do the system we have. Half the states do special elections, many with sessions as short or as shorter than we do. So the complaints that, well, we have such a short session, we can't do it, well, many other states, they're able to do it. Say, well, it's too much cost. Half the states do it. The 5 states that do it our way, well, they include such paragons of political virtue as Illinois and New Jersey. So perhaps it's time to actually do what the voters would like. The problem we have is over the last 20 years, we've been increasing the number of people who get their original appointments into this body by these vacancy appointments. We have the most vacancy appointees in the entire nation. And last session, it got up to 29 out of 100 were originally vacancy appointees. And it's not a knock on any single vacancy appointee, because some of our best legislators are vacancy appointees. But when you look from the outside in, it looks very bad. And the trust and confidence of the voters has been eroding when they see that. How can it possibly be a democratic system under such a system that we have? And the current bill isn't going to correct that problem. When we have these vacancy committees, let's be honest, they're not random selections of the voters in these districts. They're an unrepresentative group of only from the party that controls the seat, and in that group, only the biggest activists that are precinct organizers, which almost invariably mean the most progressive on the Democratic side and the most conservative on the Republican side. That's not representative of the districts and their people. If we want a true representative government, we need to put institutions in place that can get us to that point. And this is an amendment that does it. It's the simple, basic solution. The special elections that are already set out in statute, already there, and we just go ahead and use that. Because the current system is broke. If I died today, let me be blunt, as you know, I hate people always giving just their own examples, their own lived experience. This isn't a lived experience, this is an example. I die today, the vacancy committee in Highlands Ranch will probably pick someone to the left of some of our colleagues in Adams County. And I represent a Republican district. Do you think they feel represented by this system? No. And now what we have as a proposal is allowing the party and the unaffiliateds to vote just in the groups. And let's be clear on that. If 2 companies controlled 98% of the market and got behind closed doors and came up with a system to divide up the market, the federal government would be on them so quick for antitrust issues of conspiring against the consumers and the public, it would make your head spin. But when we have the major parties dividing up 98% of the electorate, that's okay. It's not. So I hope we can accept the special elections, and again, no knock on anyone, but it's time to revise the system because people are losing trust and confidence. And this is something everyone understands. It's not a choose your own adventure. Simple, basic, and what's already in law. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on L14? Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment and would instead encourage the amendment sponsor to, if this were his choice for how to address vacancies in the General Assembly, he was welcome to run this as his own bill, but did not. We spent a long time discussing options to address this question of how we handle vacancies in the General Assembly, and there were a variety of ideas on the table. But we didn't just talk amongst ourselves. We talked with folks like county clerks and others who work to run this process. And what we came up with is a better approach that will actually engender more participation in an election, because our proposal is to run a major party vacancy election in a November election, when voters are already anticipating a ballot in the mail. They already expect to participate in an election. This SNAP special election is far more expensive and difficult for the clerks to implement at a reasonable cost. It is not one which actually invites greater participation. I would also say that if you are concerned about the number of vacancies that we see in the General Assembly, one issue we are not able to deal with in this bill, but I do think is an issue, is the rate of pay for legislators. And I know that this level of pay has caused several former members of the General Assembly to leave prior to the end of their term because it has been difficult for them to afford to pay their mortgage, take care of their families, pay for childcare, and do these things, as well as be a public servant. And so I think that is that's another issue that the General Assembly ought to take up if you want to deal with the number of vacancies that we have. But this approach, I don't think, is better. It won't increase participation in the election, and I think that actually multiple states do it differently. They all have different choices. I know that my constituents would prefer to have someone in here to represent them in the case that my seat came open. I know they would want that replaced quickly so that they know they have a representative to go to during the course of the legislative session, which is short, 120 days. I think the work that each of us do is important. The representation that we provide for our constituents is important, and none of our constituents should have to deal without access to their representative while so many important issues are being considered. And I also think that SNAP special elections invite more dark money into the process. It means that only those who can, well, it's difficult. We all know it's difficult to raise money to run an election. It's far less difficult for IEs to write $100,000 checks at the snap of a finger. It takes them 5 minutes to do that. And I think that a SNAP special election simply invites more special interests into the process. And if there is the opportunity for time for planning to know that a November election is coming, then we can have that opportunity for candidates to declare themselves and raise the money to compete and get their message out. And in our bill, we are adding campaign finance components to ensure that there is that transparency as well in the vacancy process. I think that the process we have laid out in the bill is preferable. We have actually engaged with stakeholders around the state to ensure that this is something that we can implement, and this amendment doesn't do that. It hasn't done any of the work that we have done to ensure this is workable policy. I ask for a no vote.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also ask for a no vote. I believe in the caucus, assembly, and vacancy process. I believe in the power of the grassroots to be able to engage in this process. I think this amendment would take away a vacancy committee. So for those that believe in the grassroots process like we do not want to take away the vacancy committee. As the good representative said, we worked really hard with stakeholders to find what the middle was, protecting the grassroots vacancy process while also giving the people what they asked us to bring forward to you. They came to us and said, we want to be able to vote on our representation in an election. I do not want to take away the vacancy process. Rep. Sirota does not want to take away the vacancy process. We also want to listen and follow what the people have asked us to do, and that is give them the right to vote on their elected representative and senator. We have done both. We have protected the grassroots process while also bringing forward an election where they can vote. And if you think about our caucus and assembly process in a normal, not vacancy, you have caucus, you have assembly, and then you have a primary. You still have a primary where the people get to vote, even if there's only one person that came out of the caucus and assembly process. This is no different. You have the vacancy process, and then you have a vote by the people of that district who get to confirm the selection. And that is their right, their fundamental right to vote on their representation. We are doing both, protecting grassroots and also bringing forward what the people have asked us to do, which is to give them the opportunity to vote on their representation. I think this is a great hybrid, a great solution. We did stakeholder this bill, appreciate where the good representative from Douglas County, his heart is. That was one of the options that was brought forward to me originally, but in order to protect both the grassroots and give people the right to vote, this is the process we've come up with. That is the bill that's before you today. Again, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the amendment. So expediency is certainly a question that I am concerned about and would ask for the amendment sponsored, perhaps address that. But you know, I've got a colleague from Battleship, from Weld County that talks about being thrifty, not cheap. So I will use her words. In the spirit of thriftiness, special sounds expensive to me. So I'm curious, you know, who pays for the election? How is that paid? What does it cost? You kind of give me an idea of the cost around this, because I don't know that it's necessarily very fiscally responsible of us to be voting for something unless we know exactly what the cost or what the impact that might be to our counties and to our individual election districts. So please, have that question.
Seeing no further discussion on Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a couple quick comments. The minority leader made a very telling comment, very telling, which said we're going to have these elections that'll allow the voters to confirm the selection. And that's the exact problem we have. We put incumbents in place, the insiders, to confirm the incumbent, not elect the representative. And that was the term used, confirm the selection. That's not how our democracy should operate. And I'm sure there was some stakeholding done, but I know the Douglas County Democrats weren't consulted. They have no idea. And I was at an Arapahoe County Democrats function where they were quite upset when this thing came out and said 4 precinct people instead of 2. We can't fill the 2 we have now. What are they thinking? Why didn't they talk to us? And these vacancies are not normal. We have been doing this process at least for 75 years. Far, far longer, too, and it's only become an issue in the last 20. So when we talk about pay rates and all these other issues, it was never a problem until the last 20 years. We would not be here talking about this right now if it was the historical 5 to 6 in the legislature that got there by vacancy appointments. We're here because it's 20 or more consistently now and has been consistently edging up. So the system needs to change. And no one can really say with a straight face, people don't try and manipulate the system as they go out, that we don't get paid enough, that's why people leave. Well, even if that's true, and like I said, this has been going on for 100 years, this process, never a problem before. Even if that's true, I think the number of vacancies that would happen if you couldn't control the system as you go out, it would collapse, and we wouldn't be seeing nearly as many as we do now. This is what we expect in our democracy, is elections, special elections, not confirming or ratifying selections. So I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of one of 4 elected representatives from Douglas County. I can, I believe, safely speak for 3 and know that fiscal responsibility is of concern to us. So in the absence of being able to address specifically the fiscal elements of how much this would cost or the impact to our county, I would then ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the good representative from Douglas County. Just to confirm this process, we haven't gotten into the bill yet, but so you have your vacancy committee who fills the vacancy. And then 30%, you have to get 30% of the vacancy committee to make the ballot, or you can petition on. So voters will still have a choice. So while they could confirm the selection, they don't have to confirm this selection because they actually get to vote. They get to vote and say, this is who I want to represent me. It could be one person, it could be multiple people, but they get the opportunity to vote, and that is what is so important in this process. And it mirrors, to be clear, the current process we all go through, that most of us have gone through to be here, where you go to your assembly and you get put on the ballot, or you petition on, get put on the ballot, and in a primary election, the people get to decide if they want you or not. You have to go and talk to the voters and tell them why you deserve to be here. And so you can do that in the vacancy committee, and then you can do that through this process as well. And so while I appreciate the detail you have taken in every word I speak, they could confirm, but they don't have to confirm because they may have options that they didn't have available originally. And again, this is the people's vote and the people's ability to choose their representation. Again, I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L14, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L14. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To Amendment L8. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am seeking to amend this amendment, and so I move L021 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment. Please explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, colleagues, in this bill, there is a set of changes made to our current open primary statute, and these changes make an already nearly impossible standard absolutely impossible. And so, in hopes of kind of finding a middle ground, what I'm asking is that the standard of 3/4 of the total membership be dropped down to 2/3 of the total membership, which is a higher standard than even the party bylaws, at least for my party, require, because my party requires that in order for there to be a bylaw change, it has to be 2/3 of the members voting and present, or present and voting, whereas this is 2/3 of the total membership. So it is still a higher bar, but it is not completely and totally unreachable. There's at least a chance, still a miraculous chance, but a chance. And so I ask for an aye vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And would you like me to ask the bill to be read at length on your behest, or was that just a mistake earlier?
I would prefer that you not.
I don't know. You said it earlier, so I was a little concerned that nobody was paying attention to you. I'm in favor of this amendment. I think the open primary is a well-moneyed scourge that has been foisted on both parties, and it's one of the things that there was a lot of money that was put into it, and the way it was presented to the people is that when you go back and look at the ballot initiative, is that you would have an open primary. And the open primary just means that the unaffiliated will be able to vote in the party's elections without having to even momentarily change affiliation. So the unaffiliated voter, or any voter prior to, could vote in the Republican or Democrat election. And all they had to do is say, I want to vote in the Democrat election, or I want to vote in the Republican election on that specific one. So they had to temporarily affiliate with the party that they wanted to vote in. Now, with Props 107 and 108, millions of dollars went into those under the pretense of a grassroots movement. Those were what those required. Instead of the individual saying, I want to vote in this election, it said that everybody had to get a ballot on the unaffiliated side. And then for the unaffiliated side, since they couldn't vote, since they could vote in either election, then they had to be provided with each ballot. Now, if you look at the number of people that vote, if you look at a primary election, you have about 25% of the people vote, and if you look at a general election, less than 75% of the people vote. So that means across the total election with 4 million voters, you have, across the board, you have 1 million voters. You have 100% of the voters not voting in one of the elections. So you would have about 4 million ballots that are going out in this manner that are not used. And at $8 a piece, that is $32 million per election. Yes, sir.
The amendment is about changing at least 3/4 to 2/3 of the total membership of the state's party central committee. Please convert that to swimming pools.
I appreciate that. It's 1/2 of one drop in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of drops. That's your carbon footprint. That's what the chair is talking about. But, Mr. Chair, I'd like to get back to this amendment, if I may.
Thank you.
Okay. So the reason that this is important is because the Props 107 and Props 108 have forced Colorado into paying an extra $32 million per election cycle for trash. These are ballots that are destined to the trash before they even leave. Now, the way you would close that is you would just say party affiliation is required, and then you would close that gap significantly. Unaffiliated voters would still be able to change their affiliation to request one ballot or the other, but it would take that positive step, and we would not be sending millions of dollars of trash through the postal system, which is what we do now with absolutely zero chain of custody for these ballots. Probably negative chain. So the way that we are kept in this open primary system, for which well-moneyed interests paid millions and millions of their own personal dollars to erode our ballot initiative, is that there is you have to have, in a hypothetical 100-member committee, 800, if you'd need 80 to show up and there'd be a quorum. 70 of that 80% would have to be registered, and 10 could abstain from voting. But the way the opt-out is right now, it is 75% of the entire Central Committee. 75% of the entire Central Committee. And so what that does is it assigns a vote against opting out for everybody that doesn't show up. So if somebody doesn't show up for the Central Committee meeting, it assigns them a no vote against opting out. So it was really quite ingenious the way some very rich individuals used their money to influence our elections by forcing Colorado into a media blitz for every single year, forcing $32 million of Colorado money to go out, and then forcing the and creating a media storm. So all of the candidates have to go through this initiative where they for the petition process, essentially just creates an avenue where the candidates are fighting internally. So to lower this threshold would allow more of a traditional. 75% of the entire voting body is something that is really unheard of. 75% of a quorum, 2/3 of a quorum might be normal and could actually be, and that would favor the votes of the people that actually chose to show up. This favors the people that are working on the behest of the moneyed interest and then say not showing up to make sure they vote no. So this amendment actually gets things back closer to the grassroots, gets them closer to, and really helps the state of Colorado stop wasting $32 million every single election process for the sake of propping up somebody's media empire and frustrating the candidacy process. So I'm in favor of this money, this amendment, just mathematically. Thank you, ma'am. And I hope that you'll vote for it also so that we can return our elections back to the citizens of Colorado and get them out of the moneyed pockets of some very wealthy individuals that I don't think have the best interest for Colorado at heart.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L14? Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the good representative from Fremont for bringing this forward. I wish that I would have had the opportunity to look at it before today so that I could have stakeholdered it with the group that I'm working with and at least talk to our Senate sponsors about it. At this point, I cannot I have to ask for a no vote because I have not done that work, and so I'm unable to do that today. I will bring it forward to our Senate sponsors so that they can continue this work in the Senate. And just for the record, for the good representative from El Paso County, who I have the greatest deal of respect for, by saying no, I'm not working on behest of the money people. I just haven't stakeholdered this amendment and am unable to support it at this time. I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L21, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L21. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Back to Amendment L8. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L8? The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L8. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Hold on just a second. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L8. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the committee report. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L011 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment. Can you clear that up just a bit? Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just more clarification about what happens in an even year vacancy. And also, we have more conforming statute to rules of eligibility for candidacy and eligibility to vote in the major party vacancy election. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this is the first time seeing this amendment, and it is a long amendment, I think it bears just looking through the bill and seeing how this all applies. So, taking out. All right. So, amend the committee report, strike lines 8 through 20, and substitute. That would be terrific. Then I don't have to do this line by line. I would like that. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So lines 4 and 5 are just being clear about which November election and referring to the coordinated election. And lines 6 through 12 are a further clarification about what happens if a vacancy occurs in an even year after July 31st, so that there is already a November election that was underway, but it is 90 days prior to the end of that term. Then it would just be filled by, that you would fill the vacancy. You don't fill it if it's 90 days or less, and that term is up. But if it's between July 31st and 90 days prior to the end of the term, that would be filled by a vacancy committee. But the November election would still occur as normal. The general election? Yes. Does that make sense?
This is what we talked about in committee.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then the rest has to do with conforming to when somebody is eligible to be a candidate and when someone is eligible to vote in the election and their party affiliation.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L11. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the committee report. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L012 to the committee report and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment. Please explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment addresses how the Secretary of State would certify in terms of ballot order. They would draw by lot. That was missing from the bill. We basically pair this major political party vacancy election and say that it has to be conducted as part of the odd year November coordinated election to ensure they're happening at the same time on the same ballot. And we also put conforming statute related to watchers. So watchers operate in the same manner as in other elections. And we contemplate in the new Part L what happens in the instance of a tie.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L12 to the State Civic, Veterans, and Military Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the committee report. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have one last amendment, L013. So I move L013 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment. Please explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This does two things, one of which I think some colleagues will really, really like. First, it conforms some campaign finance reporting dates to other elections, and it strikes the safety clause and adds a petition clause because after conversations with the Secretary of State's office and clerks and talking through this, it is actually important to ensure that there is proper time for implementation. It will take a reprogramming of SCORE, and so to ensure that these elections happen properly, we need that reprogramming to occur, and they need more time to do it.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to be clear, if this bill goes into law, the first vacancy committee election would not be conducted until 2027. That allows implementation. We have an election in 2026, so if there's a vacancy, it would happen in 2026 as it does currently today. And then this bill would take effect, and then the first vacancy, if there's a vacancy in 2027, would happen in November of 2027. Because we're delaying implementation, there was no reason for a safety clause. We changed it to a petition clause, and I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L13, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L13. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the committee report. Seeing no further discussion on the State Civic Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. And finally, to the bill. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my Prime for working hard on this bill. I think it's challenging sometimes to deal with these issues, especially with vacancies, with so many opinions from across the state. We were presented with several options on how we could potentially figure out this issue. We are not the only vacancy committee bill that has been brought in the last, since I've been here, and even just this session, there were multiple vacancy committee bills brought. Why is that? Because you're hearing the same things we're hearing, which is the vacancy process needs to have some other portion of this process to secure the people who sit in our seats. And I think that the right to vote is so fundamental that the people also believe that they wanted that right to vote. And so we were faced with several different options, one of which we've already debated, but we wanted to make sure that we continued with the current vacancy process. So for those people, I've received several different emails, and I want to address unaffiliated still do not vote in the vacancy committee. The vacancy committee process is still a Republican process or a Democrat process. There are no unaffiliateds. I cannot say that enough or strongly enough because there's a lot of confusion out there. The vacancy process is the same. What we are adding is this November odd year election so that the people get to vote on their representation. In that election, unless there's an opt-out, which we protected, and we are constitutionally required to protect under this bill, unless there's an opt-out by the party which cancels the election, it will be conducted as a primary. So if it's a Democrat seat, it would be Democrats and unaffiliateds. If it's a Republican seat, it would be Republicans and unaffiliateds. And so the unaffiliateds get to vote in the election as we all are elected when we run for election in a primary. It is the same. So I want to be very clear about that. I also just want to be clear that we are trying to mimic the processes that put us in these seats so that there is parity. So again, I respect and appreciate and went through caucus and assemblies every single time for every position I've run for. We have a caucus, we have an assembly in a normal, not vacancy election, and then you have a primary election. Republicans and unaffiliateds, Democrats and unaffiliateds. That is our current process. This will add a November election for a vacancy. So you go to the vacancy committee, which is still the vacancy committee. If someone were to pass today, it is the same vacancy committee. And then it adds this November election where you can get 30% of that vacancy committee, same vacancy committee, which is the same process, 30% of the vacancy committee to put you on the ballot, or 200 signatures, and the reason it's 200 is twofold. One, we had this whole discussion yesterday about ballot access and ballot initiatives and making it easier. Two, we have a shortened time frame, and so 200 eligible electors, which do not include unaffiliateds, just Republicans or just Democrats, get to sign your petition and you get on the ballot, and the people get to decide in November if you are their representative. And again, I can't stress this enough. It was brought to us by the people. They are asking for reform. And I think we all agree that some reform needs to be done. Now, whether we all agree on the type of reform is completely different, and I respect every single one of you and your opinions. But I am saying after our stakeholding, after our talking to people, this is the process. And just to end on, the vacancy process, again, is exactly the same as what we have had before. We are not changing the vacancy processes. And so for those people who don't feel like they were included, the process is the same as what we have today. And we are delaying implementation. So you have time to adjust to an election. The clerks are supportive. They want to work with us on this issue. We have stakeholdered this bill. We have talked to the people. We are not taking away the grassroots process. We are keeping the vacancy process in place. We are just adding this election so that the people, like I represent a very big military community. An active military can't necessarily go to a vacancy committee or can't go to get elected to be a precinct committee person, which remains at 2, by the way. So for all that confusion out there, it's still 2 people. But they should be entitled to vote. They shouldn't have to wait until a next year-and-a-half election to be able to exercise their voice. Under our current process, if you went through, it is assembly or petition and a primary election months later. They don't have to wait a year-and-a-half to vote on that. In this process, you go through the vacancy committee, and then you get to go on the ballot and the people get to decide if they want to keep you here in that short amount of time. And then you run for election again in the general. But I do think this is a responsible way of bridging the gap between engaging our grassroots and also allowing the people to have their voice in the people who sit in these seats. I think it is a good balance, it is a strong balance, and I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to extend my appreciation to my co-prime sponsor for the really collaborative effort that was put into this bill. As was stated, there were a number of ideas tossed about how to address this question of vacancies in the General Assembly. What are the motivations? What are the best ways to tweak or change this process? And I think we came up with the best compromise to meet everyone's goals so that we keep this vacancy committee in place, because we believe that it is important to immediately fill a position so that a district does not go without representation. And when that process occurs, we are adding transparency and openness to that process by ensuring that those meetings are accessible in real time by live streaming video or audio that's recorded and accessible to the public so that they can observe and watch what is going on. And then we ensure with this major political party vacancy election that would happen in an odd year November election, that nobody who comes in on a vacancy would serve more than one regular session without being voted on in an election. And we think this is a positive change, a positive step forward. It will make the process perhaps more cumbersome. It may even change some behavior in terms of when or if a person decides to vacate office. But ultimately, it does put more decision-making in the hands of the voters more often, and that hopefully will be a positive thing, as well as adding important campaign finance transparency to the entire process so that even those who are vacancy contenders vying for a vacancy committee appointment will have to share and disclose any funds that they are raising and utilizing in that process, just like another election. And that has been an issue brought to me by members who now serve in the General Assembly who went through the process and found it a little bit odd. So thank you to everyone who worked so hard to collaborate on this bill. I think it is a positive step forward for the General Assembly and for the public, and I ask for your aye vote.
Representative Lott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It may come as no surprise to the folks in this room, but I see this topic completely differently than most. I actually don't see an issue with our current vacancy process. I did run a vacancy bill, one of the ones that was referenced. I did run it in order to assuage some concerns and parallel the current system. That one died in committee, but I didn't run it because I genuinely believe that there is a problem and unfairness and injustice in the way that we do vacancies today. So, saying in my own words, some of the things that have already been stated, if you go back to the very process, the beginning of the process, we start with direct democracy. Every 2 years, we hold caucuses in precincts, and everyone who is associated with a party is able to participate. And anyone in a community can be associated with a party. There is no bar there. So if you want to register with a party, you register with a party. And then you spend a few hours on a Thursday night or a Saturday morning or whenever your caucuses are held at the local community room, whether that's in a church or a rec center or a school or what have you, and you meet your neighbors and you talk to them and you get to know what they care about and they get to know what you care about, and maybe you even get invited to lunch. That often happens, at least in my caucuses. People come and they come and they share their thoughts on different things, and then a list gets put out. And it's a list of different opportunities that people can engage in or take up on, right? Opportunity to become a precinct person, opportunity to run for higher level assemblies, opportunity to volunteer for this, that, or the other event, et cetera, et cetera. And people have an opportunity to raise their hands and say, I want to do that. And in many of my counties, and based off of the testimony that was given on this bill, a number of yours as well, a lot of those opportunities go unresponded to. People just don't raise their hands, or there are not enough people who participate in and engage that process such that those things remain vacant. And that's sad. We should be developing civic engagement. We should want folks to take a part of this process. And so when there are those vacancies in the precinct level or these different opportunities, it incentivizes that particular community or that county to go out and try to find people and bring them in and say, hey, will you come and will you participate and will you get involved? And oftentimes they either didn't know about it or they were scared of crossing that next line, and a little bit of encouragement brings them in and then they're off to the races. But in either case, it's good. It's good for community, it's good for cohesion, it's good health, and all the rest. So you take that, direct democracy, everybody gets to participate, and then at that level of participation, everybody gets an opportunity to raise their hand to fill these different slots. And again, we heard from some folks out of Denver who said 40% of those slots are never filled. When you have similar dynamics in other counties where they're not filled, and so you have people who are raising their hands who are automatically getting into those positions of additional engagement. And I do know that there are some jurisdictions where people fight for those spots, and then they have to do what we all have to do, which is convince folks that they are the best ones positioned to represent that particular precinct. That's all good. That's all healthy. And then those people create the vacancy committee. Now, I would like clarity from the bill sponsor, because my understanding is that you all are adding county commissioners who are of the party into the vacancy committee. So it's not the traditional vacancy committee, it's the vacancy committee plus any county commissioner. Just current law and how this process works, you have these folks who get added into that because they raise their hand. Now, in the press, these people who have been active in their communities, who have taken on this additional voluntary task, are being characterized as political insiders, as if they meet in back rooms with cigars and bourbon, which, you know, some folks really like that. I'm part of a group, it's called Holy Smokes. I don't smoke or drink, but they talk good theology and philosophy, and so I'm there. But in any case, that's what we kind of have this vision of, is like the back room, bad dealers. But that's not the reality. The reality is these people have invested their lives in making their communities better by filling these particular roles that was open to everyone and anyone. And then they select for 3 months or 18 months or 2 years or whatever it is, anyone who needs to fill a vacated spot. And these people tend to be best positioned to make those decisions because they've been going to the meetings and to the parades and to the debates and to all of that. And so they know who is best positioned and poised in a moment to take on that responsibility and fill that spot. Can that system be corrupted? Absolutely. Can people vote for their friends? Can people set up other folks to, slide into those positions? Absolutely. But corruption can be done in any situation, right? And again, nobody is precluded from participating. Everybody could participate in that. Also, everybody could call their particular precinct leader and say, hey, we want you to vote for this person and not this person. And if they care about that particular position, they will be impacted to move in a particular way if they want to continue in that seat. They need to represent their precinct. And so I don't think that it is all that unjust the way we currently have it. And so the premise of this bill and the idea of adding this other layer, I already resist, full disclosure. But then the next question is, okay, so you put someone in vacancy and you hold an election. What, if any, risks exist in that election? Well, here is part of the concern that I have. There is no guidance that I see, unless it was in one of those amendments, but there's no guidance to the county clerks about how this looks. And so in mailing out ballots in November, which we were already told last year, which is why it was on the ballot, that our county clerks are so overwhelmed during the general election time that they wanted everything to be backed up a week so that they had more time to print all the ballots. But under this system, now you're adding an additional factor to the ballots, because now you're going to have to create two ballots. You're going to have to create a ballot that has the vacancy information on it and one that doesn't. Or you're going to have to create three kind of ballot types, or I guess general election, you either are going to create the general election ballot and have an additional ballot that goes into the folder and it's just the vacancy election, or, and everyone who is not able to vote in the vacancy will only get the first ballot, but then anyone who is able to vote in the vacancy will get both. Or you're going to have two different ballots, one that has all the vacancy questions on it and one that doesn't, and those are going to have to get sent out. Now imagine, I don't know about you guys up here, but in my district and in other places that I've walked, there are a lot of families where the husband is one party, the wife is another party, and the adult child is unaffiliated. And those guys are going to get ballots, and they're going to say, hey, why do you have that on your ballot? I don't have that on my ballot. And you know what's going to happen? People are going to be calling the county clerks. They're going to be posting on social media, and there's going to be all of this uproar about how this is corrupt. And then we're going to go back to the representative from Highlands Ranch, because that's the idea that's going to get pushed. This isn't fair. You shouldn't just have certain people who get to vote on this. Everybody should get to vote on this. And that will be the next stage. This whole system that is supposedly a compromise for now will be disbanded, and it will move into a special election, because people will see it then, and it will cause conflict. And that conflict will boil up, and the legislature will want to resolve it. Does all of that, the cost to the counties, the time, the added effort, all of that, really resolve a problem? Now, I know that it's been said that, we've had 20 or 30% of this body at one time or another be filled by vacancy appointments. But that's not exactly the case, because those people didn't all get appointed in the same year. They got appointed over a series of time, and then they stood for election over those series of time. And some of those people are no longer with us, right? Even from last term, there were two folks that got appointed by vacancy who lost their seats because the electorate said, yeah, no, we're going to go a different direction. That happened actually when I served in House District 47. There were the two races beforehand it happened. That was the situation. It was replaced by a Republican in 2019. That Republican stood for election in the primary in 2020, did not win in 2020. In fact, the Democrat ended up winning in the general election. So the electorate went completely different than where it was in 2019. And so to think that there's 30 folks in here, 30% or 20% of the people here are only here as a result of appointment is really not true. Now, one would argue, but incumbency, that has so much weight. I don't think that's true either. I think dollars have a lot of weight. And sometimes the people who are appointed by a vacancy don't actually have those dollars, and they are then removed by the money and interest, which this bill actually opens the door to in a quicker way. One more point that I'll make, and then I'll step down because I'll give someone else. I won't get accused of needing the staff. I'll come back up later. But one other point that I think is important to make is when we're talking about this whole process, I think we should really keep in mind what is the behavior we most want to encourage. And the behavior I most want to encourage is that on-the-ground engagement. I want those people to come to caucus. I would love to see the rooms that are reserved just overflowing with people because they are so engaged. And I want there to be hours of voting to determine who should fill the precinct spots. And I want to encourage people to really get into the nitty-gritty of civic engagement. And I think the more we do to, as my colleague from El Paso County would say, open the door for the easy button, the less of that we're going to have. And so I would ask for a no vote for those reasons. Thanks.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a lot to this bill I like. My hang-up is not so much with this bill, but with the open primary upon which it still uses. It still allows. And I think that part, which unfortunately is part and parcel of this, which you really don't have the, and now that Section 3 is stricken, removed, then it's, that I think it's unfortunate because I think that would have been a place to deal with it, because I think the 75% of total voting members is something that's not indicative of the will of the people. And what that is, and the other thing that I don't like about the open primary upon which this relies, one, the way the open primary is designed is to put the moneyed interests in place so that that the people with the money get to choose the candidate and that's not the intent of this bill. I've got that, and so I don't want to assign any motives there, because I think the sponsors do value the caucus and assembly process. It's just what I can't get over is the part that is reliant on the open primary. Because one, it's an incredible waste of money because you're sending ballots to everybody, and it's forced affiliation. It's a violation of the First Amendment. We have two parties, we have multiple parties, and what you're saying is that because, and now, in a sense, to my Republican colleagues, it's because you are reliant on the government, and that's a very un-Republican place to be. Unlibertarian place to be. It's a very Democrat place to be. I mean, sucking up money from the government, we got that. But, we're guilty too. We're guilty too here. Because Article 5, Section 34 of the Constitution says that whatever the government gives money to, it has absolute control over. And so we took the path of convenience in this case. Now, I think the Props 107 and Props 108 were completely misled the people with the idea of the opt-out, and it certainly didn't explain that the opt-out made it virtually impossible to get out. But the open primary also allows for strategic voting, and that's a problem with this bill, not the bill necessarily, but the processes that are in place that underlie it, because the open primary also allows for strategic voting. So you can vote, so let's say it's whatever party A, party B, Sneetches on beaches, stars, star-bellied Sneetches, not star-bellied Sneetches, but you have party A and party B. Party B can become party A right up until the time of the election. So that means that anybody, so you could have a singular party A race, and this would allow, the open primary allows everybody of the opposite party to enter in, and then the only thing that has to be done is in this case, I do agree that, a 200 signature process would be appropriate in this place, but 200 activists, say if you have an open primary, if you have an open election, open seat on party A, that means party B can run a candidate that is not party A, and they could completely overwhelm that. So the open primary is my issue with this, not so much with this bill. My issue is it just makes it hard to get to the rest of the bill because I can't get past the open primary that allows for strategic voting. It incentivizes the moneyed interests, because say a petition even for 200 signatures is so less so in this case since it's only 200 signatures given the timeline, so easier in that sense. But then you have all of the time in there that favors the institutions that have a lot of money. So that's not the intent of the bill. It's just the reality of the underlying process. So I want to make sure that's clear why I can't support the bill at this point. I think it is a problem that we need to address, and so I do appreciate the conversation that we have here. I think we need, it's like what's the iteration? I think one of the iterations would be to close the primary and stop forcing affiliation. If somebody wants to affiliate with party A or party B, they should just affiliate with party A or party B, and not just be out in the weeds. Actually state their intent. Now, I do understand why people go unaffiliated, but unaffiliated can run their own candidate. So if you want to unaffiliate and be a non-major party, then be a non-major party, and that's fine. And I think that's a great relief valve that we can have, because I'm not opposed to George Washington's statement in his departing speech that we shouldn't have the parties. We should be looking at our constitutional issues, and we should be voting Constitution, not party. And too often, what we see and here in this room is specifically a great example, is that we see the parties just voting party instead of policy. So, and the open primary makes that happen. So the open primary, it favors money, it waters down, it takes away control of the candidates, it forces affiliation. It says it's like on our side we say, hey, we're Republicans, and then somebody else says, well, I want to have a say in what your elections are. Well, if you want to say in what our elections are, come join our process, get to know us, be part of the team. Don't just stand out in the weeds and then expect to have a voice. So the other part of the petition process that I'm not a fan of is that it is firewalled through a very partisan Secretary of State. We know that the Secretary of State should be a nonpartisan office, but with the current regime, we've seen that to the point of keeping political prisoners, the Secretary of State is a partisan office. So eliminating candidates by eliminating just enough signatures, and you see this all the time across the country with petitions that the Secretary of State will reject just enough signatures that the petition is rejected, and then after the petition is rejected, then there's the recourse and the protest, but the appeal to the rejected signatures takes longer than is allowed to get on the ballot. So it's effectively, you might win the appeal after the election, but the election is over. So So again, I like a lot of what this bill is trying to do. I just can't get there because of the open primary process. I wish we could have solved some of the open primary process here by allowing the parties to take back control, but I understand that, you know, in this case, the state has taken absolute control, and as long as the parties are dependent on the money of the state and the processes of the state, then we're at the whim of the state. That's a very bad place to be if you believe in a Republican form of government, but that's where we are because we have people that are unwilling to cut the apron strings to the nanny state.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill brought a lot of varying opinions of different chairs in the Republican Party together, which I hadn't seen in a very long time, so unity still exists, I guess. There was quite a few chairs that were really upset about the lack of engagement, and one wrote a letter, and I'd be dismissed if I didn't read it because I think it was a very well-written letter. It's out of actually the representative from Highlands Ranch. As we stare down the barrel of the end of legislative session, I'm writing to express my very real concerns regarding this House bill. As you know, this bill drastically alters the process in which House and senatorial districts oversee vacancies within their communities. This bill is extremely flawed, placing unreasonable burdens on local Republican Party operations. One of the primary concerns with this bill is the dilution of our party's ability to ensure solid, properly vetted Republicans by our GOP members, local precinct committee persons, and elected officials. This bill weakens the Republican Party's ability to ensure this consistency in leadership by shifting the vacancy decision-making process away from duly elected vacancy committees, the very Republicans and Democrats who work tirelessly to get said Republicans or Democrats elected in the first place, and toward a publicly funded election that includes not just Republicans, but also unaffiliated voters. That's where they come in. This raises serious questions about party autonomy. Why should voters who are not members of the Republican Party have a say in who represents a Republican-held seat, vice versa for the Democrats? Second, this entire bill is an unfunded mandate being placed on either counties as a whole or multiple counties that cover numerous jurisdictions, depending on their location. While there are funding mechanisms placed in the bill to cover a portion of the electoral cost, the majority of that burden is now placed on municipalities to bear. As Republicans, our goal should be to have limited government and local control, shifting power from the Golden Dome back to communities, which makes it absolutely bewildering that elected Republicans would introduce such a measure, eating away at local taxes for a process that is already addressed and works consistently. Furthermore, the bill places a requirement for House and senatorial districts to provide audio and video teleconference support to allow public viewing of vacancy proceedings. And the bill sponsors did say you can YouTube it or Facebook Live, which doesn't cost anything, but in rural Colorado where there's not great broadband, there's not great Wi-Fi, this is going to be a problem for the rural communities. As I'm sure you're painfully aware, these committees, of which I chair one of them, operate with no dedicated budget or technical resources. Chairs, vice chairs, and secretaries for these committees are also unpaid volunteers. No clarity has been provided as to who is expected to cover the costs and facilitate the necessary technology to comply with this mandate. Will these expenses be supported by the Colorado Secretary of State's office? Is the expectation that the Colorado Republican Party will absorb these costs? Lastly, the bill's requirement that prospective candidates submit a notarized statement of intent and collect at least 200 signatures from registered electors 75 days or more in advance runs counter to the very purpose of a vacancy-appointed process to ensure communities are not left without representation for extended periods. This overly burdensome timeline creates unnecessary delays and discourages capable individuals from stepping towards to serve. This, of course, is all in the shadow of the fact that no House or senatorial district leadership I've spoken with have been contacted or consulted on such a necessity that this bill puts forward, meaning lacking in transparency for reasoning to put this bill forward. It begs the question as to why it was crafted and pushed in such a hastily fashion. I respectfully ask you to immediately pull this bill. If you believe the mechanisms of this bill are warranted to support a better functioning vacancy process, I urge you to contact and engage the constituency of which this bill would affect. Much like your engagement with voters in your House districts, the hundreds of Republicans who oversee our House and senatorial districts deserve to be recognized through engagement. At a minimum, there must be consideration for the financial and logistical realities of local party volunteers and the importance of preserving the rights of political parties to select their own representatives. Thank you for your service and your continued advocacy. And I believe this is the opinion of several chairs in the Republican Party. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on our first bill of the day, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 251315. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1319.
House Bill 1319 by Representatives Puglisi and Duran, also Senator Kirkmeyer, concerning vacancies in the office of County Commissioner.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1319 and the State Civic and Military Affairs Report and Appropriations Report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
In appropriations, we had a J amendment to appropriate money to the Department of State, and I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the State Civic, Veterans, and Military Affairs Committee report. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We made some changes to conform as we had to make changes in 1315. This is the companion bill. We had to conform the changes from 1315 that were a response to the Secretary of State's comments. We did that also in 1319, and those were the changes, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Are there any amendments to the committee report?
Hold on. Any amendments to the committee report?
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Almost forgot that part. Okay, I move Amendment L006 to the State Civic and Military Veterans Affairs Committee report.
That is a proper motion. One moment. That is displayed. Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In consultation with Colorado counties and Colorado counties acting together, there was a question about who exactly this would apply to. Because we had in the bill that this will apply to counties with a 50,000 population or more. Well, the problem is, for example, the good representative from Fremont County, as she knows, sometimes inmates are counted, sometimes they're not. Does that change the population? And so there were a couple of questions about what that point was and if we could have a valid point. So in consultation with the counties and with the Secretary of State's office, we are amending the population to say at least 50,000 active voters as of the date of the last general election. This will give us an actual cutoff point so that we know what those 50,000 counties are that this bill would apply to, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L6? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L6. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. To the committee report. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L007 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment. Madam Majority Leader, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment cleans up the language regarding candidates for vacancy elections and the process to access the ballot as requested by the Secretary of State's office. And I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L7, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L7. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the committee report, Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L008 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. It is displayed. Please explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so we just talked about how in working with the counties, they asked that we have that threshold, the 50,000 active voters as of the date of the last general election. The other thing is, it was never our intention to circumvent home rule counties and their authority, which is different. And so at the request of the counties, just to be very clear, home rule counties are exempt from this bill. So if you're 50,000 active voters or more, then this bill applies. If you're a home rule county, it does not. If you're under 50,000 active voters, it does not. So there's only a handful of counties, which we can go over later, that this actually applies to. With that, I would ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L8, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L8. All those in favor say aye. Let's try that again. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the committee report. Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we did on the First Bill 1315, we had an amendment from the Secretary of State's office just conforming the watcher language in our bill. We did the same thing in 1315. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no
Oh,
further...
I'm sorry. I
Hold on.
move Amendment L017 and ask it
Good
to be properly
catch.
displayed.
That is a proper motion. We will wait for it to be displayed. That is displayed. Please explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, we're adding the watcher language that's in current statute in our bill, and we ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L17. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the committee report? To the committee report. Madam Minority Leader.
We ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Seeing no further discussion on the State Civic, Veterans, and Military Affairs Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the same as the General Assembly. There's a few differences with county commissioners. Just so that people are clear, county commissioners are one of, other than municipalities, are one of the only ones that actually have both legislative, judicial, and executive branch powers. And so, again, vacancy committee remains the same. There are no changes. In discussions on the last bill, I encourage everyone to get involved at a county level and at their local grassroots level. This bill isn't going to change that. We should still be doing that and still be growing the amount of people that are engaged and go to caucuses and assemblies and raise their hand and volunteer. None of this bill changes that. It just adds an election. The difference between this bill and the other bill, though, we delayed implementation of the General Assembly bill because there was more work that needed to be done. This bill, the counties say they are ready to implement now, and so there is still a safety clause. I want to be clear and transparent. There's still a safety clause, and if there was a vacancy, it would apply to this November 2025 election, so that is a difference that we have today. Is interesting, so obviously the same people that were talking to me about General Assembly was also talking to me about commissioners. When we went to the commissioners and started having these conversations, we had that 50,000 threshold because rural counties said it's difficult. And to answer a question on the other bill that also applies here, rural counties are already doing live stream and Zoom meetings, so I just want to be clear, it is not a detriment to them. But we're still keeping the vacancy process, adding this election. The county commissioners, we did 50,000 to help with those rural counties. And then the other thing is there were so many counties that wanted to be involved in this process that they are talking to us about a potential opt-in because there are counties that want to opt in. We did not have time to stakeholder that. We do not have amendments today. We're always open to conversations, but I'm glad that it got support. The only two amendments the counties asked for were the 50,000 population threshold, which we cleared up, and to exempt home rule, which we cleared up. And if you're not a home rule county, you are still subject to the Constitution and statutory guidelines like any other county unless you're home rule. None of that changes in this bill. It just adds an election. I ask for an aye vote.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank Minority Leader Puglisi with the collaboration and work on this bill. It's really taken several months to come to where we're at, not just with 1315, but also 1319. And as the Minority Leader mentioned, a lot of this mirrors the same pieces of work and collaboration. So, you know, we really listen to our constituents in our districts. They really came to us and have over many years asking us to do something, and this is that something. Is it absolutely perfect? No, it's not, but it is an important, huge step in trying to make sure we give clarity to the vacancy process and make sure we even give it a process other than what we've had. So thank you for all the work. Thank you to all the stakeholders out there that met with us and the great collaboration, and I ask for a yes vote today.
Representative Luck, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Missed you there for a bit. I do not understand why the General Assembly bill is not ready for implementation, but the County Commissioner's bill is. If the bill sponsor could explain.
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because the counties are located in one county versus a General Assembly that could touch multiple counties, it was tested by a big county, and it was shown that they can do it for one county. They needed to do more testing on the General Assembly doing multi-county, and so for that reason, we decided to delay implementation. But for one county to hold one vacancy election, it is, as far as I'm told, we are able to do that per conversations with the county clerks. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if the bill sponsors, so as to ensure that there's not confusion amongst the folks about what is the vacancy process, if they would be open to just delaying the implementation of this one as well, so that they both are triggered and start at the same time.
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the good representative from Fremont County. There were a lot of discussions. We wanted to make sure that we could implement for 2025. It is the request of the counties to move forward with a 2025 election. And so at this point, we're taking our direction from the counties. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It leaves in an odd position. Haven't fully thought through this statement or this argument, so unfortunately I'm going to do it on the mic up here and ask for grace, both from those in and outside of the room. But I am aware of at least one, and now maybe other counties, where a county commissioner is looking to step down and possibly has not stepped down for fear that the replacement of that person would not be the person that they would want to replace them, because under the current vacancy process, they do not have influence in the vacancy committee. And yet, they would possibly have a great deal of influence when you add money to the equation and you put in a special vacancy election. And so it's just concerning to me that one bill can be held off for a little bit, and another bill needs to be pushed through in light of this other set of facts. I just don't want to see these processes manipulated in any such a way. And again, I'm processing on the mic. I don't want to see or have the appearance that somehow the General Assembly is tipping the scales in favor of one vacancy replacement or another in terms of implementing this process in real time, as some of these conversations are ongoing on the ground. And so
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 251319. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1153.
House Bill 1153 by Representatives Velasco and Joseph, concerning a statewide language access assessment covering principal departments.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I move the appropriations report and the State Civic Military and Veterans Affairs report.
Okay, to
And
the
the bill-
appropriations report.
House Bill 1153.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you so much. In appropriations, we appropriated the funds necessary for this task force.
Okay, is there any discussion on the Appropriations Committee report to House Bill 1153? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the State Civic, Veterans, and Military Affairs Committee report, Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. In this committee, we just added some technical amendments, and we urge a yes vote.
Okay, thank you. And no amendments to the committee report? Thank you. Seeing no further discussion about the State Civic, Veterans, and Military Affairs Committee report to House Bill 1153, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 251153 aims to establish a framework for a statewide language access assessment. This is a process which determines how departments within the government can handle different language speakers and whether or not they can meet their needs, and we ask for a yes vote.
Okay, seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1153, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1153. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The bill is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1122.
House Bill 1122 by Representative Leader concerning a requirement that a commercial motor vehicle have a human present when the commercial motor vehicle is being driven by an automated driving system.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it is a definite pleasure to serve with you.
And a definite pleasure to serve with you.
Thank you. I move House Bill 251122 and the THLG Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we had a few amendments due to continued stakeholdering with several groups. So L002, what that does is it clarifies that the bill applies only on public roads. L003, the little comfort language there that clarifies that the bill is not intended to change the requirements in current law, that hazardous material shipments must adhere to the State Patrol's routes. And L004 requires that a CDL holder to be in the driver's seat for hazardous material shipments. And L005 pushes out the effective date, which lowered the fiscal note costs due to the DRIVES program. And then L007, we added a clarifying language for them, the 26,001 pounds requirement to the substantive duty in the bill. Again, a little comfort language that makes it clear that the bill does not apply to light-duty vehicles. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report to House Bill 1122, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Leader.
All right.
Or Representative Richardson.
All righty. Thank you very much. Actually, fairly simple bill, good bill. The tech.
Move the appropriations report.
Oh, am I moving the appropriations report?
Yep.
I move the appropriations report to House Bill 251122 and ask that it be.
I did not know that there was an Appropriations
There
Committee
isn't,
report.
'cause we
Just
didn't
one
make-
moment.
We didn't make any amendments.
Representative Leader.
We were in appropriations this morning. Do we need to move that? I just moved the.
We did not
There's
have
no
any
amendments.
amendment in the approach. There is no committee report. We
All
are
right.
on the bill.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So concerning a requirement that a commercial motor vehicle have a human in it, this possesses a CDL driver's license, be present when the commercial motor vehicle is being driven by an automated driving system. So Representative Richardson and I are co-primes, sponsors of this bill, as well as Senator Sullivan and Senator Liston. So I introduced the bill because workers across the state came to me with concerns about both job security and road safety. So my top priorities are keeping our highways safe and interstates safe for families, travelers, and protecting the jobs of hardworking people who have dedicated decades to serving our communities. So companies tend to be more experimental and ambitious when it comes to pushing new technology. But as we move into the future, our priorities must be keeping Colorado safe and protecting jobs, not just following the ambitions and profit margins of tech CEOs. So this transition to autonomous semi-trucks carrying greater than 20, 30, and 50,000 pounds of all types of materials. They can be carrying weapons, ammo, hazardous waste, etc. So there must be a transition with justice in mind for all parties, one that allows this technology to advance and one that allows our jobs to advance with it. So this is what this bill achieves. That said, this technology offers great opportunity, and this is why this bill does not restrict or regulate the development of this technology, but rather recognizes the proper implementation time. Now, I've heard from several opponents of the bill, and almost all of them recognize that this technology is, and I quote, not 100% perfective. So there's no special enforcement that needs to be done by our law enforcement. It's just simply if you and I got pulled over, that's all this does. And this bill does not take these trucks off the road. Instead, it builds public trust and reassures both our public and private sector partners, helping them move forward with this technology with confidence and with bipartisan support of the General Assembly. You know, these vehicles have drawn skepticism from safety advocates who warn that almost no federal regulations, I will repeat that, no federal regulations. It will be mainly up to the companies themselves to determine when the semis are safe enough to operate without humans on board. Colorado's mountainous terrain, steep grades, snow, ice, high winds create unique challenges that automated semis are not always prepared to navigate. So who would jump out and put the chains on? There was just several vehicles that crashed by the Eisenhower Tunnel this past weekend because of that very reason. So companies self-regulate. This, to me, is the fox watching the hen house, much like it was when the Titanic was deemed unsinkable. It's a good bill, vote yes, and with that, I will pass this over to my co-prime, Rep. Richardson, who is very versed in the AV world. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Rep. Leader for inviting me to join this. It is a good bill. At the heart of it, it is about safety. Technology is improving tremendously in this area, but it's not where it needs to be on these heavy cargo trucks to send them out on our highways unmanned. As mentioned, who's going to put chains on? Who's going to check the security of loads periodically as they move through the mountains up and down? Right now, human error is often the cause of accidents. Human coding error can be a cause as well. This technology just needs to mature, especially when you're talking issues like what we had at the Eisenhower Tunnel most recently. Fully software automated, there's going to have to be some decision making. Do you save the cargo? Do you save the truck? Do you save lives of other vehicles that are in front of you? That's the sort of moral and ethical decision making that hasn't quite fully been integrated into the coding of fully automated vehicles. So at this point, this bill allows technology to continue to mature, but ensures that safety is still paramount on our highways. So I would urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1122? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1122. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. House Bill 1122 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
There is no force on it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to proceed out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1302.
All right, we will proceed out of order. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1302.
House Bill 1302 by Representatives Brown and McCluskey, also Senator Amabile, concerning increasing the availability of homeowners insurance in the state.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1302, the Appropriations Committee report, and the Finance Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we changed the appropriation for the Hale Enterprise to an annual appropriation rather than ongoing, and added the necessary appropriations clauses, and we asked for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report passes. To the Finance Committee report. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Finance Committee, we made a number of changes to the bill, including changes to the board, contractor standards and training, the fee structure. We removed catastrophe bonds from the wildfire reinsurance enterprise. We invested revenue from the enterprises without regard to limitations set forth elsewhere in statute. We talked about contracting for services changes in both enterprises and some other things that have helped us to get to a really good place with the industry. As our conversations with the industry have continued, we are going to offer 3 different amendments today to help further that conversation and make sure that this bill works not only for consumers but also for our industry partners. And I'll let the Speaker describe the next amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I move L012 to the Finance Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us one moment. All right, it is properly displayed. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this amendment comes at industry's request that we do a better job of defining what a resilient roof system is. You'll see that in the amendment. The rest of the amendment goes on to make conforming changes to the other parts of the Strengthen Homes enterprise, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L012? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L012 to the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L012 is adopted. To the committee report. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L013 to the committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us one moment. It is properly displayed. Representative Brown.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This amendment comes based on comments during committee and conversations with additional stakeholders, including counties, about the makeup of the enterprise boards. This particular amendment makes sure that there are county commissioners and county employees that can help to provide that voice for the counties as well as for consumers. That community voice. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on L013? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L013 to the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L013 is adopted. To the committee report. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L014 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. The amendment is before us, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this amendment, again coming at the request of our industry partners, does the following. It modifies the definition of an eligible insurer to include a notification to the Commissioner of intent to participate in the enterprise. It adds a definition of wildfire prepared property to the wildfire catastrophe reinsurance enterprise, and then makes some conforming changes, and adds a provision that prohibits the enterprise from selling reinsurance through the collection of premium from insurers. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on L014? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L014 to the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L014 is adopted. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for an aye vote on the Finance Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to join my colleague, Madam Speaker, on this particular bill. We've had a really robust discussion with the insurance industry, with homeowners about the needs of our homeowners' insurance market. As you all know, the Marshall Fire occurred in my district just a little over 3 years ago, and I still hear regularly from my constituents about the challenges that they are facing finding affordable home insurance. While wildfire is a significant risk for the western half of the state in particular, hail is also driving many of the insurance challenges Coloradans are facing. In fact, Colorado is second behind Texas in terms of hail claims, and that has caused about $5 billion in insured losses in the last decades. The Eastern Plains and the Denver area tend to be particularly hard hit by hail. This bill addresses both hail and wildfire risks that are driving many of our insurance losses in the state. Specifically, it creates two enterprises that help stabilize Colorado's insurance market. I'm going to talk briefly about the first, the Strengthened Colorado Homes Enterprise, to help with the affordability challenges so many are facing. And Madam Speaker, I hope we'll describe a little bit more about the wildfire catastrophe reinsurance enterprise that's intended to address the availability of challenges in the state. The Strengthened Colorado Home Enterprise will really help with the affordability challenge by creating a grant program to help homeowners harden their homes against extreme weather events like wind and hail. The concept draws on similar programs which have been successful in other states like Alabama and Louisiana. Oklahoma and Minnesota are also setting up such programs under recently passed legislation. We always look to best practices from those programs in structuring the grant program under this enterprise. By investing in these impact-resistant roofs and other proven measures, homeowners can reduce their out-of-pocket deductible expenses by reducing how often their roof needs to be replaced. Fewer losses means fewer claims, which benefits insurers and homeowners alike. And finally, hardened homes are easier to insure and help to stabilize our rates in hail-prone areas of the state. Based on studies in Mississippi and Alabama, mitigated homes have also increased resale value, with studies showing a 2 to 7% boost for fortified roofs. And with that, I will turn it over to my GoPrime sponsor, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my co-prime, Representative Brown. You know, we share the challenges of what it means to live in wildfire-prone areas and the devastating impacts that come from wildfires. I want to thank first our many industry partners who have come forward to work with us in trying to address the challenges that property owners in this state face when securing property insurance. We have had multiple conversations. Their willingness to work with us in crafting these enterprises is very valuable. But most of all, I want to thank my constituents who have been coming to me for years now, making me aware of the challenges they are facing in securing affordable property insurance, as well as, for many of them, unable to get insurance at all. Several years ago, we brought forward the FAIR Plan, an insurance plan for individual homeowners and small businesses that was an insurance product of last resort. And we also brought forward a study to look at our HOAs, our lodges, our condo hotels, to see what more we could do as a state to ensure property insurance for those larger structures. This bill carries forward that ongoing march to try and drive more affordability into the property insurance market. The second enterprise created in House Bill 1302, the Wildfire Catastrophe Reinsurance Enterprise, will help to stabilize the market by allowing insurers to cede a portion of wildfire-related risks to the enterprise, thereby reducing their overall financial exposure. In addition, as a condition of receiving benefits of the reinsurance program, insurers will be required to write in higher risk parts of the state, areas like mine, the WUI interface, increasing availability as well as increasing competition. You know, for all of us, being able to afford a home is a part of being the Colorado dream, being able to afford a life here in this wonderful, beautiful state. House Bill 1302 is yet another approach, another effort to try and ensure that all property owners have a affordable path to property insurance, and I urge a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1302? Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I come up here to talk about this bill a little bit, and I realize this bill is going in the, has the right intentions, but I'm not going to quote one of my good colleagues here. I'll let him do that. But the way I want to speak about this bill is that this bill, in my opinion, and in talking to some of the insurance brokers and insurance agents, is going to raise the cost of insurance for the rest, for the whole state, actually. I understand that, you know, with this type of legislation, there has to be more cost. And the bill sponsors did mention that by having the homeowners mitigate their own properties, it will lower the cost. It would lower the cost of insurance. I understand that. But once you lift that insurance cost already, and then mitigating, it'll bring it back down to where it is currently. The way I see it is that this bill doesn't really doesn't go as far enough to be able to prevent this. The state should be in charge of fire mitigation. I see that as falling into the public safety category. You all remember the 5 categories of government that we should fully fund before we fund anything else. Fire mitigation in this state is one of those things that we should be funding, and it does fall under the public safety category. If we do that, we fund the fire mitigation in the state, we allow the homeowners to mitigate at their own consent their homes at the same time, then it will lower the insurance rate of their home, of what they're going to be paying, even more than it is right now. By doing this bill right now, the insurance is going to go up, and I am afraid that is going to kick some insurance companies out of this state, just like it did in California. The insurance companies are not going to want to see this happening because of the reason it's going to cost so much. The risk is too much for them to stay in the state, and that's my concern. The way I portrayed it is the state funds fire mitigation, allows the homeowner to be able to do their own mitigation at their own cost, which in turn will lower the insurance rate of their own home even more than it is right now. This way, the way I explained earlier, the insurance is going to go up already. The homeowner mitigates their homes, and then it's going to go back down to where it is currently. If we really do want to save money on insurance, let us mitigate it. Let them mitigate it at their own risk, and then it'll go down from where it is right now even more. That's the way I see it, and I am very concerned about this chasing out insurance companies out of the state, and then we don't have insurance. So I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was in Finance Committee when I heard this bill. So one thing that you will know about me is I really want to be consistent in my votes, my policies, and my stances. So anytime that there's an enterprise created, I can't vote for that. You see, the people in my district sent me here to get rid of fees and stop the growing of addition of new fees. What this bill does is it creates 2 new enterprises. So again, that's number one of the reasons why I cannot support this bill. Number 2 is I heard from people in my district who are in the insurance industry who are concerned that this will indirectly have unintended consequences to not only themselves, but to the consumers. You see, they pass on these costs to the consumers. It's all built in to what they sell, their product or service, right? They still have to make a profit margin. In many places, many instances, at least small business, for example, their profit margins are small. So when we're imposing a $400 fee, I believe it is, or no, I'm sorry, just a fee in general, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong page. Imposes a 1.5% fee on premiums. All these are passed on to consumers. The fact that we also mandate to reduce premiums in areas that are affected by hail and wildfire is also a concern. Like my previous colleague just said earlier, a lot of the policies that other places like California have done in many ways mirror what we're doing here, have led to these insurance companies out of the state of California. Now, we've seen what happened recently in the LA fire when there weren't proper procedures put in place. People lost their homes, property, things of value. And if they would have had insurance, they would have had to at least get some sort of compensation for those damages. If they would have had water, that wildfire perhaps could have been mitigated or completely reduced. And I know one of the sponsors is working on a bill to make sure we have funding for water, which we all agree on is important, and that can also help combat wildfire. We also heard that it generates $5 billion in losses. So I don't know if that's like nationwide or here in the state of Colorado, but I know hail is very concerning, at least in my district, because we are not affected by wildfires as other parts in the state. But we all know that it's still an issue. And as my previous colleague just stated, wildfire should be one of the things that we fund or help protect when it comes to government public safety priorities. You know, we want to make sure we're on the ball and make sure we prevent these from doing damages. And it's just very distraughting to see that when these have happened in other places like Maui, developers coming in and taking control of it, trying to buy these people out of where their property once stood, which is not only disheartening, I think it's wrong. Again, I just can't support this bill because of the enterprise mechanisms associated with it. The people that have come to my district who are insurance, who have concerns that this will not only push the cost to do business to the consumer, but this is also adds to a piling list of concerns that insurance people have that will eventually drive these people out of the state. And an example I use is look at what we just passed for construction defects. For the last 15 years, we haven't had a sustainable solution to construction defects, in part because over 15 years ago, we pushed some laws that drove those insurers out of the state of Colorado. So again, this is just another policy that will add to a list of their concerns that will lead to them eventually to not do business in the state of Colorado. And so for those reasons, I will be a no vote.
Is there further discussion? Representative Brooks.
Madam Chair, thank you. I had an opportunity to hear this in finance, where we had quite a bit of discussion. I do appreciate, as I believe said in committee, I appreciate the intent. I appreciate the the need, I guess, from what the sponsors are trying to get at. There certainly, as my colleague had just referenced, there's a reason for something like this. There's a reason for increased fire mitigation. I do remember back an opportunity for us to have allocated, reallocated, reappropriated, if you will, some dollars from the general fund to specifically fight wildfire mitigation. We chose a different route. So that leaves me in a little bit more of a perturbed position on this particular bill because of one of my favorite new four-letter words, and that's enterprise. I know it's not exactly four, I think it's enterprise. If I throw an extra, it ends up being 4 syllables, I think, if I get creative. But it is, it's a nasty little term that basically means stealing money from taxpayers. Now, I do understand that in the year 2020, the voters of Colorado voted in Proposition 117, which allows for the theft of money from taxpayers, as long as the theft of money does not exceed $100 million over 5 years. Now, I'm not entirely sure. I wish that the ballot language perhaps would have been a little bit more predictive. And it's tough to do that. It's tough to get ballot language to even really truly reflect what the ballot measure is. I digress. But I wish that we could have foreseen where we would be and understanding that there really was never any real threat of exceeding, I mean, there are sometimes, but exceeding $100 million over the course of 5 years, because what we've done is become incredibly adept at just chipping away at that amount and chipping away at those enterprises to then cumulatively, basically decimate the money that should be returned to you, the taxpayers. We love our enterprises here. And when I say love, I mean hate for me personally. Again, it's a new four-letter word. So just to be clear, this bill would create not one, it would create 2 new enterprises in the Department of Regulatory Agencies to address availability of homeowners insurance for properties susceptible to extreme weather events. What I'm holding in my hand for anybody curious at home is what's called a fiscal note, and it shows what the dollar impact is to these ideas that we have in this body. The Strengthened Colorado Homes Enterprise Fund and the Wildfire Catastrophe Reinsurance Enterprise Fund will end up carving $13 million in 25-26 and then $26 million in 26-27 out of money that should be going back to the taxpayers. Enterprises are a more flowery way of saying that we're diverting money directly from the pocketbooks of hardworking Colorado families. This is money that is owed to Colorado residents. Enterprises subvert that mechanism. As long as, again, because we didn't predict where we would be 5 years ago because of Proposition 117, as long as it doesn't exceed that magical 100 million over the course of 5 years, the cumulative effect, though, is disastrous. I believe we're at somewhere around 71% of revenue, state revenue, is not subject anymore to TABOR. So we've done such a great job of hiding money to the tune of nearly 70% that is no longer subject to being able to be returned to the Colorado taxpayers, the hard-working Colorado taxpayers. It is this measure, though I understand that wildfire mitigation is of a need here. I do question, again, how much of a need if we're not willing to reappropriate money within our own budget. Maybe we're not willing to reappropriate money within our own budget because we know that we can simply just create not one but 2 enterprise funds to be able to take money from taxpayers in order to pay, so everybody is paying for some. I don't like that concept either. I'm not a big fan of what I would consider insurance socialism, where we are basically charging everybody in the state of Colorado through tax funds that should go back to you to be able to protect some that are in the higher wildfire risk areas. We had a chance to be able to appropriate money through our budget. We did not do so. We chose a different path, and the path that we're choosing are enterprise funds, not one but 2. I take exception to that, and I would ask for a no on this bill. Again, I was not in favor of it in committee and not in favor of it here either, although I do understand the intent and appreciate it from the sponsors.
Representative Hartsook.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and thank you so kindly. And thank you to the sponsors. We've got an interesting bill here. We saw this in Finance Committee, and so here we're back at it. I am kind of surprised. I always love it when we get fiscal notes. Oftentimes these days they go down to 0. This one goes from 45 million, 46.9 million down to 13 million. That's a pretty big shift, and not quite clear how. So let's look at the bill. So as been pointed out here, we're creating 2 more enterprises. And one of the things I find interesting, that the government is not an investment tool. The government is not a bank. The government is not an investment company. Yet, we advocate out of this building, creating enterprises, creating vehicles that says, oh, put your money here, and then they can go spend the money better than you can spend the money. So we're going to create 2 enterprises. And these enterprises, the stated goal is to bring down insurance and consumer costs. But let's back up a minute. We're charging insurance companies a fee so they can collect it from. Now, I'm sure that everybody thinks that the insurance companies are going to do this out of the kindness of their heart. I rather doubt that. They're going to pass that fee on to consumers. So once again, we have a piece of legislation that is increasing the cost to consumers out there because the government thinks it's got a better way of doing something. And when you improve the roofs to make them more hail resistant, a lot of the concrete shingles that go on there which are covered, that usually have about a 50-year warranty on them. They have a 50-year warranty because A, they're made out of concrete, B, they're very durable to hailstorms and fire. But you know what? They're really, really expensive. So, which is why most people either opt for a shingle roof, because you can replace a shingle roof several times before it gets into the cost of replacing it with a concrete tile roof up there. And while the tile roof might be more hail resistant, if you're looking at out-of-pocket expenses for a consumer, you can pay something 2 or 3 times before you can afford to pay that much out of pocket. Fire mitigation. When they had the Black Forest fire, one of the things that was interesting in fire mitigation, the homes that were built in the forest burnt to the ground. The things that were around them burnt to the ground. The houses and the buildings that had a lawn or a standoff distance, the trees were burned right up to the grass. The grass was singed a little bit on the outside, but the structure was perfectly fine. The structure was a wood structure. The structures had regular roofs on it, but it's because it had standoff. So now whose idea was that? Who was the recommendation? They were told, and insurance companies provide incentives, and I like incentives. If you do fire mitigation, if you clear away from your house, if you have a standoff distance from your forest, then you have a much better chance of your home not burning down. If, however, you say, I love living in the woods, I want trees all around my house, well, then you're going to accept that risk. Because when that fire burns through that forest, your house is just going to be like one more big tree, and it's going to get torched. So, the insurance fee revenue, it says it's going to strengthen the Home Enterprise Board's ability to do a grant program. A grant means I'm going to give you money. So the government's going to give you money. Where does the government get the money in the first place? From you. So the government's going to take the money from the taxpayer. It's going to go into an enterprise which bypasses, conveniently, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, which 70% of the population says they want that. It bypasses the Taxpayer Bill of Rights and says, let's put it in enterprise, and then I, the government, will grant this back to you if I deem your house needs this. Well, I'm no math genius. One of my colleagues that will follow me is a math genius. I am not. But I'm pretty darn sure that if the money goes to the government has a bureaucracy, and it has to have a board, and it has to have a whole bunch of people, there's going to be way less money to grant back out than if that money had stayed out there. Yet, the government always thinks it's got a better way to do something. We can create an enterprise. We can have a board of directors. We can have everybody who is smarter than the actual insurance companies that are doing these things or the homeowners that are out there to get incentives to change their stuff. Instead, we're going to say, you, the government, stand up an enterprise, create this board. I'll give you grant money that I already collected from you to start with. I'm going to give it back to you so you can put a better roof on your house. How about we give them an incentive? How about we go to the insurance companies and say, look, let's work with some incentives. Let's give the people more opportunities, more tax breaks, a better way to improve their home, improve their roof, clear out trees without creating more government bureaucracy, without taking from the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, without increasing boards and government bureaucrats that will decide how to spend the taxpayers' money. Because consistently, I don't know. This government hasn't done a very good job of that. We've squandered money after money, and now that there's no additional funding from the feds, we're in a super tight budget. So now we're going to say, let's create 2 more enterprises to pull from the taxpayers because we can't figure out how to do a good enough job working with the insurance companies to incentivize them to work with consumers that are their clients to fix the problem. That whole cycle does not make any sense. When you create a government bureaucracy that takes the taxpayer money only to turn around and say they're going to give it back to them, does not make any sense. We should be creating incentives out there. We should be creating venues for the consumer to work with their insurance company, get either a break on their insurance cost, getting a tax deduction, getting a credit on their tax return, something that gives them a viable reason to want to upgrade their roof, upgrade their shingles, upgrade their standoff distance, upgrade their siding, instead of just saying, I'm going to assess a fee. Because in the end, the insurance companies will need to pass that cost onto the consumers because the insurance companies aren't going to absorb all of this. We're now picking out, the board's going to decide who gets the cost upgrade on their roof or their siding or their standoff distance versus the individual homeowner working in conjunction with their insurance company to say, what works better? What can I do to improve my house that will lower my premiums and lower my risk? We're going to have the government deciding what to do. That has never worked and it never will work. What this will end up doing is increasing the costs for consumers. It will increase the costs to the insurance companies, and it bypasses the taxpayer Bill of Rights by going through these enterprises. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank my good colleague from Douglas County for his comments and for all the comments from the minority side today. I think it is important to understand that with a bill like this, we are saying that we are recognizing that our homeowners insurance market is a statewide market. It is one that we all benefit and rely upon. It is one that we all need to be a part of in order to be sure that we will have insurance companies next year and 10 years from now. So setting up programs that the private market has thus far failed to set up is an important role of this chamber and of our state. It is important to me as a homeowner that I am willing to pay a small fee that also incentivizes me to get the kind of roof that I need in order to prevent myself from taking extensive damage after a hailstorm, my house I should say, or to mitigate my property. And if I do that, then my policy will no longer be subject to the fees that are incorporated into this bill. And as a side note to the fiscal note that my colleague was talking about, I just wanted to mention that in committee, we lowered the fee from 1.5% to 1% that is spread across the 2 different enterprises. So we have lowered the fee on the industry, and we are making sure that folks who are doing the right thing, putting the right roof on their homes or similar, their policies are no longer subject to the fee. So this bill is about recognizing that we are all in this together, and that if hail hits the Eastern Plains, that affects my homeowner's insurance rates in Louisville, or if there is the Marshall Fire in Louisville and Superior, that affects homeowners' rates in Golden or in Summit County or even in Mesa County. So we ask for an aye vote. This is a good bill that will help us to hang on to our statewide homeowners insurance market and lower everybody's costs long term.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is another great example that the rich don't pay taxes, they pay politicians. So the Marshall Fire, yes, tragic, obviously very tragic, but also in a very wealthy part of the state. The citizens in my district are not looking to subsidize that. A lot of that was due, like my colleague mentioned, to poor forestry practices. It's great to live in the forest. And a lot of people like to have the trees right up next to their home. Well, the trees here in Colorado are full of sap, and they burn very well. They burn great. And then they burn the house to the ground. Now, who does this job? An enterprise, let's talk about the enterprise. One thing that I notice here is that $26.4 million times 5 would be greater than $100 million, and that would invite the scrutiny of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights after 5 years. So, solution, 2 enterprises. Same amount of money, just 2 enterprises. And the enterprises here are taking from Peter to secure the vote of Paul. Who does this job well is insurance companies. Insurance companies know how to do this. They know, and when my colleague is saying that this is a statewide network, it is actually a nationwide network. It's a nationwide network, and the insurance companies do it very well. They spread the risk across the board. Now, the things that the General Assembly can do, because California should serve as a tragic example to others in many ways, and they just had an issue along these lines. What they did is the prices in California just kept going up. And when your prices go up for, let's say, energy, and we'll have a bill we'll have the bill a little bit later on the artificial increase in the price of cost of energy, causing the cost of building to go up, adding hundreds of millions of dollars to these structures, adding EV stations, requiring EV things, adding all of this ideological building and codes, creating where we're adding thousands, tens of thousands of dollars to the price of a home, to the price of materials, to the price of energy. So the price of homes has gone up. That causes your insurance. If the price of your home has gone up, you don't have more value in your home, you just have more cost. And why would the value of your home, why would the price of your home go up? Well, inflation. When you insert 30% into the economy of imaginary money called debt, which is what Bidenomics did, you devalue the price, you devalue your wages by 22.5%, and the price of everything goes up. So does the government here look at ways that it could do it and say, what did we do? What did the government, what did the General Assembly do to cause the price of all these things to go up and cause the price of insurance to go up? No, it doesn't do that. It just imposes another solution on top of businesses. And there's no problem the government can't make worse with a solution. So we have these enterprises. In this case, we have 2 enterprises. What to me looks like mainly on the effort to stay below the $100 million cap over 5 years. And these enterprises, they pop up like mushrooms, and they usually indicate some sort of rot beneath, and that rot beneath is the way our budgeting process is done, because the General Assembly wants to keep doing this and doing this. So what did we find out in California with the big fire? Well, in California, the insurance prices went up, and so their General Assembly, or whatever they call it, they said they capped the insurance growth. They capped the premium increase. And the insurance agency says, we cannot do this. We cannot keep doing this. And then so about 6 months ago, they got their requisite letters that said, hey, we're going to be canceling your policies. And there was no policies to be had because they were too expensive. So people were without policies. And it's kind of weird. Some would say, get into the conspiratorial side, that about 2 weeks after they got their cancellation notices, there was a massive fire. Probably no relation. So what this enterprise does is it essentially collects insurance fees from the people of Colorado to subsidize other areas of Colorado. So you're just taking from one group of people and you're adding it to another group of people. You're subsidizing them. And that's wrong. The insurance company can do that. When you say that this is a statewide thing, this is a statewide agreement, it's not an agreement when it becomes compulsory. And when these policies go out, because this is a 1.5% reduced to 0.5% divided into two enterprises, when you don't solve the underlying problem and you just treat it symptomatically, you don't deal with the underlying problems of what's causing these to go out to these insurance companies to be struggling to say, because I've talked to the insurance agencies here, they've gone year after year after year with losses. It's not a matter of 75% loss, it's a matter of losing money year after year after year. At some point, they'll have to recognize that Colorado is not going to return as a viable industry. These premiums here would be better off taken in by the insurance companies themselves. Just say everybody can raise their rates 1.5%. Because it's the same amount of money. And those insurance agencies can do like what we just had one about traffic accident mitigation. The insurance companies would be probably better at doing that, figuring out where that needs to be done. So when I got my house re-roofed, there was the option of going to a Class 4 shingle, so we did that because that lowers the cost overall. So I mitigated my roof. Now I don't live in an area that's prone to forest fire, so it wouldn't make sense for me to retrofit my home necessarily with a steel roof. But this is making these assumptions. What's really good for hail is a cedar shake roof, but of course that has a fire risk associated with it. That used to be the popular thing in Colorado until the insurance agency said, hey, you know what, these cedar shake roofs do not do well even if there's a fire far away and an ember gets on the roof. Then you have a lot of fuel on your roof. So they incentivize getting rid of cedar shake shingles. And I don't even know if you can get them anymore or if they even meet code. But the market can handle this problem. The place that can't handle this problem is this room. This room cannot handle this problem. What this room needs to do is needs to go back and figure out what it's done to jack up the price of living in Colorado and figure out how to undo the damage that it's done. Not force the payments for the symptoms on Colorado and expect that to go away. The insurance agencies can go now and they can go to these places and they can go, yeah, we're not going to insure your house because you have not mitigated you've not mitigated the fire risk. We're not going to insure you. Where you have something like this, are we going to go in and are we going to make sure that everybody has mitigated their fire risk? We're going to form a government agency to go and tell people that they need to cut down all the trees within 20 yards of their home or whatever it happens to be for the fire mitigation? Or are we just going to subsidize them and say, well, okay, you want to live in a wildfire-prone area? That's great. So what we're going to do is we're going to subsidize you. We're going to subsidize your ability to not. Because the other thing is, with the insurance, is to discourage people from living in fire-prone areas. And if you really want to live in a fire-prone area, then you're going to have to pay accordingly to live in a fire-prone area, not expect that everybody else your beautiful forest living. And I've got nothing against living out there, but it is going to be more expensive. And these type of enterprises just encourage that, and then they encourage that burden to be placed on other people. Because if these insurance places go out of business, let's just think about what happened in California. The insurers left. The insurers left, and now what we have done with this policy here, with this bill, these enterprises, is we have added on a 1.5% or 0.5%, which of course can always go up with a stroke of a pen. Another bill. Hey, this enterprise is not maintaining itself. We need to add more money. Can't add too much money, so we'll add another enterprise to make sure that we stay below the $100 million mark over 5 years, so we can continue to tap the people of Colorado. Well, the people of Colorado don't really care if they're paying an insurance premium or if they're paying the government if they're paying the government. So these things where they say, well, the state revenue is going to go up $46 million, going to go up $41 million. But here it says the state revenue is going to go up $41 million, which is coming out of this taxpayer's pocket, and it's going to expend $66 million. So that's the older fiscal note. But then all of a sudden, magically, we have, it's going to take in $26.4 million, so that over 5 years, and then split into two, so it stays below the $100 million. And it's going to expend $26 million. So the difference, 4 million taxpayers, let's say 2 million homes overall, that's $13 per home. So you're going to take in $13 per home, and you're going to expend $13 per home per year. Or are you going to take $13 per home in, and then you're going to spend that money someplace else? Because $13 is not going to go for a lot of mitigation. So what is the point of the $26 million? The $26 million is not going to be spread equally across Colorado. It's going to be focused. Every place in Colorado is hail vulnerable. So $26 million, less shipping and handling. Is going to be distributed around Colorado. So nickel and dime, nickel and dime, nickel and dime. So who's going to benefit from this? Well, I think we know who's going to benefit from this. Who's going to pay for it? The rest of Colorado is going to pay for it. This is going to This is not to benefit the hoi polloi, the majority of the tax-paying widgets. This is to charge the tax-paying widgets, pass that benefit on to those who can get their subsidies into the legislation to tap out of other Coloradans. Because, I mean, you have $26 million. It sounds like a lot of money until, again, you look at that in terms of households, 2 million households, $13 apiece. It's not going, there's not really enough, I don't see that there's enough money there to accomplish anything unless you take it from the broad swath of society and then you focus it on a select few. So this is something that the market can solve. We need this body to fix the market. And the way you fix the free market is you make it free. You free the market. Right now we have a market that is fouled up beyond anything recognizable, and then we complain, you complain that it doesn't work. And it does work. You just have to get out of it. And that's why we have a Republican form of government. We have a set of values. We have a set of rules. And we don't, the idea is that you have a level playing field. If somebody wants to live in a fire risk zone, let them pay for it. How many homes are you going to have to pay? Let's say if you looked at a mitigation effort of just $1,300, which would be like nothing. You're not even going to get a tree cut down for $1,300. In that case, whoever is getting paid $1,300 is relying on 100 homes for that $1,300. They're relying on 100 other homes to pay for their mitigation. What if it costs $13,000? Well, then they're relying on the homes of 1,000 other taxpayers. This very much the more I do the math on this, the more it seems like a Ponzi scheme. You get people to pay in at the bottom, and the people take money out of the top. There's not enough money to do anything significant in here unless you're focusing those funds that are taken from a very wide swath, a very large base of the pyramid, and then you're applying it to the very pinnacle. The very pinnacle who knows how to secure these funds from the government. So I think where we have our disconnect is that the people of Colorado are hurting. Those 1,000 homes are hurting. And maybe $13 doesn't seem like much to the people that want to live in the fire risk zones, but it's their $13. And these enterprises, we've had half a dozen or more new enterprises just in the last week. $13, $13, $13, $13. For these people in Colorado, that's real money. So again, perhaps I'm wrong, but I think my impression is this is another bill where the rich don't pay taxes, they pay politicians. And that is not the way our government is supposed to work. So this is I don't know if this is a good intention bill. It's messing with the markets. It's robbing from Peter to pay Paul. It's not dealing with the underlying problems. I'll say it's good intentions, that's fine, but this is a bad bill. We need to figure out the underlying problems. Why does this General Assembly keep driving up the cost? Why does this body drive up the cost of home ownership? Driving up the cost of home ownership while striving daily towards the abolition of private property. That does not make sense whatsoever. Pushing people out, pushing insurance companies out, and then wondering why insurance companies are leaving. So it doesn't make sense. Let's deal with the underlying problems. Let's stop trying to poke at symptoms and actually do some work for the people of Colorado.
AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my colleagues have had a lengthy discussion about a lot of things on this bill when it comes to business, inserting itself in business, and then fees and enterprises, which, if you look at the median income of most of the constituents in my district, these fees do add up. Cell phone fee, insurance fee. So at the end of the day, with the inflationary rate that we're seeing in the nation, not only in the nation, but especially in this state, which we trend higher than most of the states in the nation, these little fees do add up at the end of the day, and they do affect my constituents. What I want to discuss more is the issue that's the root issue behind this problem, and that's our forests. It's no secret that the federal government has not done its job for many years when it comes to managing our forests. That's the issue behind this. I think at one time, people got overzealous about the logging industry, which that's why the cost of lumber is so high, because we buy all of our lumber from Canada, unfortunately, when we could do it in America. But that's kind of been the trend of our country, to ship our jobs and industry overseas so other countries can build it, make it, and sell it back to us as a profit when we can do it ourselves. But that's a whole nother discussion for a whole nother day. But what's unfortunate is the way we manage our forests. When we see the beetle kill in this state, there was just a news report the other night showing the beetle kill swaths within this state. It's scary because this is a tinderbox just getting ready to go off. And before human intervention, forest fires just used to burn. And I know people build within the WUI, but at the end of the day, that's the risk that you take. With risk comes reward, and sometimes with risk doesn't come reward. And it's beautiful to live in these mountains and these mountain towns, but at the end of the day, you're building your house in wildfire area. And as over time, humans have put out wildfire after wildfire after wildfire, and they haven't been able to burn properly, that puts us in the situation that we're in today. And not only does it affect timber and scrub brush and duff, that is a tinderbox that automatically ignites and we burn hundreds, if not thousands of acres. But we don't talk about the water issue behind this, because as we know that there's less and less water getting into the Colorado, a lot of that reason is because the forests aren't groomed. The forests haven't went through the natural cycle of being burned out. So that water can't take its natural track to get to the rivers and the waterways. So this is a twofold problem. We have a water problem in this state. We fight for water constantly. We all know that water is the lifeblood of everything. Every small town and community was built next to a water source because water is the source of life. Also, for agri-centered communities, water is how we grow our food. Now, when you have the strings of that pulling water into the urban sprawl, because the only way the urban area can grow is off the backs of agri-centered communities, the water discussion is huge. And I look at this generation up here, and you all are going to want to make sure you have water. But at the end of the day, we're not solving the root causes of these issues. So what this legislature should do is get on the Fed and talk about the last 30 to 40 years of ignoring national forests in this state, work with our partners in the State Forest Service, actually start getting timber out of our forests again, create industry, start logging again. We talk about the price of housing. See, this stuff all ties together. So if we start logging our own lumber in Colorado, which is going to slow down the fire risk, which is going to make sure more water gets back into the waterways, which we've solved two problems, and then maybe we'll drive the cost of lumber down, which will also affect affordable housing. So I think a lot of times we dink and dunk and pick how we want to solve problems, but if we look at the root cause of the problem, we could just fix it. So I think that enterprises and fees are a round way around Tabor, and I don't think, we know it is. I understand what the bill sponsors are trying to do. I'm not saying I don't. I just think that we should put more effort into the root causes of these problems. I live on the Eastern Plains. We have hail. I'm fourth generation. Well, guess what? I put a metal roof on my house. You can beat that damn thing to death, and it's going to stay there till I decide it's not pretty enough to be on the roof. But that's from being generations out on the Eastern Plains, so we knew what we were doing. So I think first and foremost, as people build in the WUI, they need to make sure that they mitigate their property to make sure that there's not any problems. But I think that people need to start looking at the root cause of these problems. So from what I just talked about here, I think that if we start grooming our forests and logging for ourselves, we drive down the cost of lumber. When we drive down the cost of lumber, it drives down the cost of building houses. As we mitigate our forests and we start to log and clean up our forests, then we might be eliminating some of the millions of dollars that this state has invested in airplanes to fight forest fires, the amount of money it costs not only the state and the federal government to fight these forest fires, and then water. If we clean our forests up, it reopens the natural pathways of water to find itself back into rivers and streams, which helps solve our water problem. So where we see a problem needing to be solved, In my opinion, I don't think this piece of legislation is the way to solve the problem. I think we need to putting direct fire on the root causes of the issues that we face. And when it comes to this issue, it is because we do not manage our forests well enough. And for the last 30 years, we haven't put enough pressure on the federal government to manage their forests well enough. For those reasons, I'll be a no.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1302? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1302 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1302 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1269.
House Bill 1269 by Representatives Wilford and Valdez, also Senators Ball and Kipp, concerning building decarbonization measures and in connection therewith creating a building decarbonization enterprise.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1269, the Appropriations Committee report, Finance Committee report, and Energy and Environment Committee reports.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L018 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us a minute. The amendment is displayed. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment amends the Appropriations Committee reports to allow spending authority from the enterprise from up to $3 million annually, and we ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on L018? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L018 to the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L018 is adopted. To the committee report.
We ask for an aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 7 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Hang on. It is before us, Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are two parts to this amendment. Part 1 allows covered buildings to request documentation from the Colorado Energy Office demonstrating their compliance with the rules and a pathway to compliance. And this is helpful for buildings if they're applying for lending or financial support. The second part of this amendment comes at the request of Comcast to have more certainty that their telecommunications facility, which is mixed use, will be eligible for an individualized target, taking into account growth of their energy use over time. This is consistent with the existing regulations, but adds additional clarity and certainty for the organization, and we do ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L007s? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L007 to the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L007 passes. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L009 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Give us a minute. It is before us, Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is by far one of the most significant amendments to address one of the most significant concerns coming from the building community. This amendment revises the changes made in the Finance Committee to the language around the penalty structure for building performance standards as well as benchmarking. Specifically, it clearly delineates that there are two tiers of penalties, a lower penalty structure for benchmarking violations
violations and a higher penalty structure for not meeting performance standards. These are the same penalty amounts passed in the previous legislation standing up this program, but allowing for costs to increase based on inflation. This amendment comes specifically at the request and out of collaboration with groups like BOMA, the Denver Metro Chamber, the Hospital Association, C3, and Colorado Concern, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there discussion on L009? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wow, we just had a bill talking about how expensive things were, how unaffordable things are, and then the next bill is figuring out how to, talking about adding fees and penalties for the achievement of absolutely nothing. So if fees and penalties, more. So if you want to know why things are unaffordable, it's this room. This room is making things in Colorado unaffordable. When the price goes up, the cost of insurance goes up. So I'm not sure what it does if you don't vote for this, but this bill is just fees and penalties for the citizens of Colorado to achieve absolutely nothing.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Now, if my colleague from El Paso County had read the bill or paid attention in committee, he would understand that this bill specifically, if it is not passed, will do more damage for our existing buildings. The program that we are making tweaks to is already passed. It was passed in 2021, and if we don't pass this bill, then buildings will be held accountable for the 2026 deadline. And if they're not in compliance, there are significant fees and fines that they will be subject to. What we are doing with this bill is granting a significant amount of leeway so that buildings will not have to be in compliance with the bill and with the different targets until 2030. And there is a significant level of support provided to buildings and flexibility within the compliance pathways to ensure that they're getting to a place where they're meeting these goals in a way that is technically feasible as well as affordable. So we would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
I do want to remind everyone that we are currently on L009 to the Finance Committee report. We are not on the bill as of yet. Is there further discussion on L009? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No reason to take everything off. I don't intend to be up here very long. I do appreciate the acknowledgement that the 2021 bill was in error. I think probably the most effective way to do that would be looking at do a complete repeal of all of that nonsense instead of tweaking it. So I appreciate the tweaks and the acknowledgement that the 2021 bill was flawed and bad for Colorado. I just think when it's bad and flawed and bad for Colorado, we ought to just get rid of it instead of tweaking it.
Is there further discussion on L009? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L009 to the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L009 is adopted. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L10 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, give us a moment. It is displayed. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L10 clarifies language around the considerations set for the error division for the 2040 rulemaking. It also removes language to set rules for an interim status report for buildings from 2030. This was done in a collaboration with business groups including BOMA, Denver Metro Chamber, Hospitals, C3, and Colorado Concern, and brings them to a better place. We would ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on L10? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L10 to the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L10 is adopted. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L11 to House Bill 1269 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us a minute. Representative Valdez, it is properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This adds more clear considerations for a building performance task force to provide recommendations on the 2040 rules, including a look at previous generation regulations and possible changes needed going forward. This adds an additional seat to the task force for buildings representing a mixed-use commercial office space. It ensures that there are more business voices at the table. This, again, was done with building groups, including BOMA, Denver Metro Chamber, Hospital C3, and Colorado Concern. We would ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on L11? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L11 to the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. L11 is adopted. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L012 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us a moment. The amendment is before us. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment revises the language around the opportunity for buildings to use a 2019 baseline as an alternative to 2021 for their building performance pathway. This was a request from buildings because many of their occupancy in 2021 was significantly lower because of the COVID pandemic. So using a 2019 baseline will give them a more realistic picture of a building's energy use. The second part of the amendment directs the office to add additional questions in the benchmarking report for buildings to report on their compliance pathway, request technical and financial assistance, and help the office better understand any complications that they have been experiencing in their work to move into compliance. This will streamline communication between the over 8,000 buildings in the program and the Colorado Energy Office, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on L12? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L12 to the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. L12 is adopted. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we are almost there. I move Amendment L013 to House Bill 1269 and ask for its proper displayal.
Give us a moment. Representative Valdez, it is before us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another business-friendly amendment. This clarifies the questions from the Energy Office on benchmarking must be simple and easy to respond for building owners and makes revisions to the legislative declaration for building decarbonization enterprise at the request of the building owners, and we would ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on L13? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like the irony here about making this simple and easy for the builder, because one of the things in committee was how difficult, cumbersome, and really impossible this was to comply with. So I'm kind of curious why the bill initially went with cumbersome, difficult, if not impossible, because you had businesses just saying, we have put committees on this. We have put teams on this. We have spent hours on this. We have, many hours, and they cannot figure out how to get to the point of being approved or the money or whatever. They cannot make heads or tails of this program. So I am curious why the initial bill opted to be so complex and obtuse that now we need to say, and then what is the guarantee that this will be actually easy to understand and easy to accomplish? Because what the government seems to think as easy to accomplish for the tax-paying widgets out there is anything but easy. It turns into some monolithic nightmare that that is just impossible to move. So I do appreciate this. I don't believe that the wording of just saying that this is going to be easy is going to actually accomplish its intended effect, because if it was, my question is why was the initial one made so why was it made so cumbersome?
Is there further discussion on L13? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L13 to the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. L13 is adopted. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L016 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Give us a moment. The amendment is before us. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment adds clarifying language that the Building Decarbonization Enterprise Board cannot raise the fee for by more than inflation, and we do ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on L16? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious, last time I looked up the inflation numbers over the last 4 years, there was an unprecedented 22.5%. Now, it probably would have been 30% if not underpinned or prevented from going to that degree by the importation of migrants unprotected by documentation to keep them in a permanently exploitable and expendable status.
Representative DeGraff.
I'm getting to the inflation part
Well,
now.
please stay on the amendment.
Well, that's where the inflation comes from. So the inflation, by the insertion of about 30% imaginary money into the economy, caused the 22.5% inflation. So what this is saying is that these fees can go up by 22.5%. So as soon as this body decides that it's time to hit go on adjusting everything for inflation, 22.5%. I think the citizens of Colorado would probably like a little bit better assurance that that all of these costs, these massive costs that are being imposed on the businesses of Colorado aren't going to suddenly jump 22.5% when the legislature looks at this and says, oh yeah, 22.5%, that's the rate of inflation over the last 4 years. Boom, it's already in statute. And then all of a sudden the business owners who are being crippled by this already and looking increasingly at leaving Colorado, all of a sudden are hit with a 22.5% increase. So I think they would like a little better assurance than that it's going to go up at the pace of government spending.
Is there further discussion on L16? Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am not convinced that the inflationary rate that was just quoted would be an accurate rate to be utilized. Furthermore, these fees, these fines, are only for buildings that have been deemed out of compliance. There are multiple steps to ensure that there is collaboration and coordination with the Colorado Energy Office, opportunities to receive technical support, energy audits to ensure that they don't get to a point where they are being fined. We are specifically talking about 8,300 buildings across Colorado. We are not talking about every single building in Colorado. We are not talking about every single taxpayer in Colorado. There are 8,300 covered buildings that are 50,000 square feet or higher. We would ask for a yes vote because this is a reasonable approach that has been carefully negotiated over the last number of months.
Is there further discussion on L16? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L16 to the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L16 is adopted. To the Finance Committee report. Representative Wilford.
We'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Finance Committee report as amended is adopted. To the Energy and Environment Committee report. Representative Valdez.
We'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the Energy and Environment Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Energy and Environment Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Energy and Environment Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was one of the two sponsors, the prime sponsors of the 2021 bill that will be referenced today. And what this is, I want to be very clear, this has been done in collaboration with the business and the building owning world to ensure that the program is easier to comply with and yet still gets us on our goal to be decarbonizing our buildings, which are our largest source of emissions. So if we're not going to do anything about it, that's not going to be an option. But what we can do is continue along the lines on our electrification plans and our programs to decarbonize our office buildings. It's better for everybody, including the folks that have to live near these facilities. But also, if you're a building operator, at the end of the day, when you do save money, it is good for the bottom line. And so what we are attempting and what we have done here through hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of stakeholding is bringing forward a bill that not only does what we need to do to continue our path forward towards becoming cleaner, but also makes it a lot easier for those folks that we mentioned, the building owners, the Colorado Concerns, all of those folks, and this makes things better for them. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands what this does is makes a program better that was already good, but it's a commitment shown by those of us who run these bills that we will continue to work on those things and continue to deliver a better result for the people of Colorado, and I would ask for an aye vote on the bill.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am so excited to finally have this bill on second reading. It was introduced just after Valentine's Day, and I think that probably should have been a foreshadow for us in that this bill would be such a labor of love. We are really thankful to all of the stakeholders for the continued engagement, staying at the table even when negotiations got tough, and ultimately building a compromise that works really well for both business owners, the Colorado Energy Office, as well as the people of Colorado. I am confident that this bill and this policy is the right path forward, specifically because when the original bill that was passed establishing building benchmarking requirements and building performance standards, the timeline for implementation once rulemaking was done created a really narrow window that was going to create a lot of hardship for buildings and building owners. And this bill is is helping to relieve some of that pressure. Again, providing additional pathways to compliance, supporting the building sector with more technical assistance, and supporting energy efficiency, which will help reduce emissions. And in my district, that is an important thing, especially when we live with really poor air quality. So this is a good bill that is good for buildings, good for Colorado, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? All right. Representative Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm coming up here to talk on this bill, and first of all, I wanted to clarify a little something. The good representative from El Paso County was wrong. His math wasn't mathin', and that's really rare. But he said it was 22.5% inflation. It's actually 23.3% inflation in the last 4 years. So sorry about that, Representative from El Paso, but your math wasn't right today. But this bill, I understand the intent of this bill to fix the problem that occurred in the original 2021 bill. I just don't find it that by fixing a bad bill to begin with is going to be the solution. A good solution is by getting rid of that original bill altogether. That original bill really just cost a lot more money for these developers and these builders to build these buildings the way they're intended to be, or to even upgrade these old buildings the way that they want it to be. The energy savings in those buildings is minimal with these upgrades, with how they're intended to be built, and it's costing the consumer, which are the companies, the people that are renting these rooms in these buildings, more money to rent. I understand the intent of this body is to save people money on rent, save people money on usage, basically save people money in the long run altogether. Bills like this, while intended to do that, really don't do that. It's going the wrong way of the original intent and the all-together intent. But I urge a no vote on this bill, and I hope my good colleague, Representative from El Paso's math is better going forward today. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
I stand before you in shame. I said 22.5%, and I just looked it up, and he's right. It was 23.3%. So I don't know what that does to our numbers, but I admit I stand here corrected. Okay. That's what you call irony. So we're supposed to have this bill is somehow done in favor of these communities who are going to be saving so much money by this program, and I think it was House Bill 21, was it 1286? I have it written down here someplace. 1286. House Bill 21-1286 for those of you keeping score at home. So 21-1286 put these standards in place for buildings that are 50,000 square feet or higher. Well, one individual, one business said for their building that it was going to cost $7 million. $7 million. So if we look at, and their building was LEED certified. Their building was LEED certified. LEED certified, high efficiency, but it was going to cost $7 million. Got to do this, sorry about it. $1 million to upgrade a 50,000 square foot building to meet the requirements for House Bill 21-1286. Now, if you take 8,300 buildings, and now I'm afraid to do this math in public, and multiply it by $7 million, I think that's about $58 billion. If all those buildings were LEED certified, which they probably aren't. I just got Garcia. Again, it keeps happening. Lodo buildings, lower Denver, lower Detroit. You don't know where I'm from. Lower downtown Denver buildings are selling at 1/10, according to the Chamber of Commerce. 1/10. They're being offloaded at 1/10. They just need to get out of them. Why? Because it's going to be more costly. So it's almost like you could almost envision in Denver, buy out all of the properties at 10 cents on the dollar, and then you could just remove all this lunacy, and you'd have your own Trumpire right there in downtown Denver. I mean, if somebody had the ability to influence the state legislation to such a degree that they would impose untenable requirements on the businesses of Colorado, that they would cause the real estate market to crash and then be able to buy everything out at a discount. That could never happen because there's no person that has that authority over the General Assembly. It's not like they're all puppets here. So when I looked at that, what are we accomplishing? 0.15 thousandths of a degree would be maybe the benefit. That would be the benefit of all. So that would be $387 trillion per degree. Is what I have in my notes here. So that's what Colorado is achieving in this path to nowhere. So $7 million, one building currently LEED certified. In order for that building to suddenly realize the cost savings of 21-1286, and the benefit of this bill right here is that it delays the implementation by a few years. So you have a couple more years to do something that is completely financially untenable. So looking over my notes here. So 50,000 square feet. That could be a business. That could be a multifamily residential. Guess who that's going to hit if you have to upgrade a multifamily residential building for $7 million? That's going to be rent. And what happens when you get to even to the point of LEED certification? Well, we talked about this with gas stoves. Gas stoves require ventilation to the outside unless they have sufficient ventilation otherwise, which would be your typical house structure that has open doors. So the benefit of LEED certified is generally something that is not going to be realized. So what's the other option that we have? Because most of these buildings are rented. Most of these buildings are rented. So how do you as a business owner, how would you as a business owner avoid having to pay rent on the increased fees of $7 million on your structure of 50,000 square feet? Well, I would think you would take a note from the pages of the General Assembly if they reached over $100 million in a enterprise in 5 years. Solution? 2 enterprises. $7 million on 50,000 square feet, which you, as the renter, are going to pick up. Solution? 2 buildings. 2 buildings. So, I don't know, with this, I would imagine there'll be a run on buildings less than 25,000 square feet as people try to find those, or somehow classify and divide their buildings into being classified into 2 buildings of less than 50,000 square feet. Because it's 50,000 square feet. You have an atrium, tear it down. You might save a lot of money. There'll be ways around this because people will have to find ways around this because $7 million per building is a lot. So what are they saving? Nothing. Saving the planet, saving the air quality, none of the above. But before we go on, we've had a lot of changes, and the solution to an amendment that is more than 1 page is always do what? Divide it into multiple amendments. So effectively, we have a new bill. We have a new bill to address an old bill that was completely flawed, to address a further older bill, to accomplish absolutely nothing. So before we continue on with this, I move that we send this back to Energy and Environment.
Representative Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand to support moving the motion to move the bill back to.
Pardon one moment, Representative Barron. That is a proper motion to move the bill back to the Energy Committee. Okay. So that's what we're talking about.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I come up here in support to move this bill back to Energy. Multiple amendments were placed today, and yes, it's basically pretty close to a new bill. So we need to discuss this further, what exactly it does, what exactly is going to affect the people, maybe affected a fiscal note. We need to be able to discuss this further and allow for testimony again on the amendments, to discuss the amendments and see what we can move forward with it. The way I understand it right now, what my good colleague, the representative from El Paso, said about the retrofitting a building that cost $7 million. And then multiplying that by the amount of buildings, that's a lot of money. And that's being conservative. There might be some buildings that cost more, there might be some buildings that cost less, but at the same time, it's a lot of money. And where does that cost go? Do you think these building owners are going to eat that cost simply because we passed a law here? No. That cost is going to go down to the consumer. The businesses that are renting rooms, renting floors in this building, which in turn costs more in rent, which is counterproductive to what we're trying to do here. We're trying to lower rent. We're trying to make it affordable for these businesses to run. And then in turn also put the cost savings on their consumers. So it's counterproductive. I see that. I don't understand why we are trying to move forward an agenda that really doesn't do very much, but cost a lot of money up front. A lot of money up front for savings maybe in the future, maybe 10, 15 years in the future. But all that money up front, who's paying the blunt end of that? The companies renting these buildings and the consumers that are buying from these companies that are renting these buildings. So moving this bill back to energy is going to allow us to have those discussions. It's going to allow us to go more in depth on these discussions and the fiscal impact that it's going to have, not just to the state, not just to the companies renting these buildings, but also to the consumer. And maybe we can have a better understanding of what we are actually doing here. I urge yes vote on this motion.
Rep. Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I said when we were doing our opening comments, we did countless hours of stakeholding on this bill, and we've continued to improve that bill as it's come through. And what you see in front of you today is a bill that gets a lot of the folks that we work with as building owners to the right place. And so this bill is in great shape. We held it back to make sure that we got the agreements from all of the folks we think are impacted, and I'd ask for a no vote on sending it back to committee.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things, I think, one of the reasons that it needs to go back to energy, and I'm glad this is a great bill, so it should sail right through energy and environment, onto finance, and then onto appropriations. But it's still a new bill. And there are, as was mentioned in here, 8,300 different buildings that this affects. Now, they have some representation, I think, through BOMA or something, and they're at a neutral position. Not really at a in favor of position, but just to the point of, I think that's called capitulation, that beat down to the point of surrender. And some of this is what you have to go back and look at what this bill is trying to accomplish. Now, in the land of rainbows and unicorns of 2021, when they were looking at doing this, there was a lot less awareness of what was going on with this climate heist. And one thing that we know right now is that we have a relatively small portion of our electrical grid we have a small portion of our grid that's actually solar and wind. Now, those solar and wind, of course, I'm not sure what those are displaced emissions that rarely last past 7 years, definitely don't last past 20 years because of the, and probably never actually achieve the savings of their carbon footprint. So the sponsors have a bill that was based on a 2021 bill, and a lot of these $7 million are to electrify these buildings and put them on, because there's some delusion that electric energy is this clean energy. Well, electric energy comes from coal and gas. So when you actually look at a gas-fired appliance, we know from testimony in committee and looking at the transmission losses and the generation losses that the carbon footprint of, say, a water heater, a gas water heater, is actually lower than the carbon footprint of an electric water heater. The carbon footprint of an electric stove is less than the carbon footprint of a gas stove. So if our goal here is to reduce carbon footprint, and of course the sponsor talked about clean air, carbon dioxide it's invisible. It makes plants grow. Somehow our energy office considers something that's odorless and tasteless and is actually required for you, like if you got below I don't know, 200 or 300 parts per million in your oxygen, you might do something stupid like put on a surgical mask.
Representative DeGraff, can you keep this to the motion?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet. Because the point here is that this bill is basically counter to its own intent. The bill is intending to get rid of carbon dioxide, and in doing so is creating more carbon dioxide. Now, I personally don't have a problem with carbon dioxide. Odorless, tasteless, makes plants grow, upcycles into new plants. So why somebody would have a problem with growing plants, I don't know. But this bill is counter. So this bill needs to go back to Energy and Environment, get some actual scientists, which obviously don't reside in the Colorado Energy Office, but you should get some actual scientists on this and do an actual comparison and say, what is it that we're trying to achieve? Okay, you're trying to achieve lower carbon dioxide. Does this bill achieve this? No, it increases the carbon dioxide output, if not doubles it. So what you would want to do then is you would want to get rid of this bill entirely. So it should go back to committee. It should go back to the committee from whence it came. Go back to Energy, analyze it on the actual merits of what it's intended to achieve, what it's expected to achieve, and not just on some delusions about an odorless, tasteless, and beneficial gas. So yes, it should go back to the Energy Committee because it needs a thorough review. It needs a cradle to grave. Because you're also looking at all kinds of construction costs. In addition to, let's just say you did all those construction costs, you're looking at all of the energy use of those construction costs. So this bill does basically the opposite of what it's promising to do, imposing $58 billion worth of damage on the economy of Colorado. So this would be just another option for the Colorado General Assembly to bring itself around to a land of reality instead of rainbow and unicorns.
All right, Representative Woog to the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also urge an aye vote on this motion. We come here to represent, as we all know, our constituents and even the state, and they have an expectation that we are taking the time to, of course, read all the bills, and we're taking the time to, in committee, ask questions, listen, learn, and of course, I do appreciate that the co-prime sponsors worked with stakeholders and brought these amendments. However, I have not reviewed these amendments in depth, and I would really like the time as an Energy and Environment Committee member to talk about these, to ask questions. We are here for a reason, and that's our constituents. And I couldn't, in good faith, I would not feel good about moving this bill forward without truly ingesting these and making sure I understand them fully. So I urge a yes vote. This is a good motion. Let's take some time on this and make sure everyone understands, including our constituents. Thank you.
Representative Barron. Yeah? All right, is there any further discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, the motion before us is to re-refer House Bill 1269 to the Energy and Environment Committee. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. All right, the noes have it. This motion is lost to the bill. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, colleagues, we are a bit over 2 weeks before the end of session. The room is largely cleared out. Some that are here almost asleep. And yet we're debating very important policy that I'm not sure we have fully put our attention to, and I'm not sure that we have the energy to really put our attention to. And so I move to adjourn sine die.
Okay, the motion before us is to adjourn. All right, that's a proper motion. All those, are there any further discussion on this motion? Oh, non-debatable. Okay, then the question. It's not a debatable motion. Then the question before us is to adjourn. All right. All those in favor of adjourning, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. All right, the noes have it. We're not adjourned. That does not pass. To the bill, Representative Gonzalez. We're awake now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was in the Finance and Energy Committees hearing this bill, and I appreciate the work of the sponsors for at least the amendments they brought forward to at least put this bill in a better position. Unfortunately, I still can't get there, given the fact, again, enterprises. If this is me being consistent on policy, on stances, and on votes, I can't vote for another enterprise because, again, my district is sick and tired of these fees. They want to see a lot of these fees gone, and I don't want to be part of the reason why we could create more fees. And I've heard this from, mind you, my district is particularly low income, and I know some of these causes are noble when we try to work on our infrastructure and to make sure we have clean, quality environments, air, and water. Unfortunately, I think the only people that don't care about fees are rich people. And I've said that time and time again, rich people do not care about fees. Poor people do. The working class does. You've heard the concept again and again of nickel and diming, and this is just, again, another example of a policy that would do that. I know I commend the sponsors for working on an amendment to lower the fee, and that's very appreciative. At least if this is going to pass, we could probably try to lower the fee. So again, I just think when we were hearing this bill in committee, and I still have to digest the amendments that were brought forward, and speaking to some of the stakeholders, but I think one of my concerns is, this is a push for making sure it's cost effective. Now, if it's cost effective, why do we need a law to mandate it and make it so? If it's cost effective, then businesses should take it upon themselves to implement these type of policies on their own without government mandating them. But again, I appreciate the sponsors' work on these bills for the amendments, but I'm just still not quite there. So I will be a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Representative Barron.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to come up here and also reiterate again, this is not really doing what it's intending to do, save people money. It's not going to save people money. We keep hearing time and time again about clean energy. I realize clean energy is important. I support clean energy. I support all types of energy, but it's got to be viable. It's got to be viable, and it's got to be cost effective for the consumer and for the company that's running it. This is not really doing it. It's not really doing it, and the cost up front to the people that are implementing these clean energy and energy saving programs is too much. It's too much for the reason that not just that company is going to, or that builder, or that company that's renting the building is going to be paying for that. It goes down, it trickles down to the consumer as well. So the whole state, the people that are using these products and services are paying for it. Everybody pays for it, so it's not doing it. It's not saving people money. I still urge a no vote on this bill.
Is there any further, Representative Woog?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge a no vote. The bottom line is, even with these amendments that maybe make the bill less bad, there's still an element of decarbonization. Therefore, there's going to be a cost. And the fact is, as previous representatives have stated, building owners are taking on this cost, and it's going to be pushed down to tenants. They are not incurring all this cost. So ultimately, it's very difficult for me to understand why we're taking this direction when we talk about lowering the cost of living in the state. It makes zero sense. If I was one myself that was trying to create laws that had more government involvement, maybe even government running, hey, that's communism, but if I was trying to do that, that's what this feels like. It doesn't feel like free market, limited legislation. Let's decrease the cost of living by getting out of the way and letting businesses run businesses. I believe in the people of Colorado. I believe in their ability to learn and make choices to help our environment. Clearly, this legislation is hurting an area of living that we talk about over and over again, and it's not getting better. The cost of living is not going down. This bill absolutely will increase the cost of living for many. So the fact that we're directing legislation this year in 2025 at businesses and building owners that will be passed down to customers is absolutely, it's insane to me. Doing the same thing over and over, that's insanity, right? The same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And that's what we keep seeing here. So I strongly urge a no vote. It's frankly, it's hard to get up here and get creative because it seems like a lot of us probably in my caucus feel like we're saying the same things over and over again, and we are actually. Because so many of these bills are putting pressure on business owners who pass it down to customers, to tenants paying rent, all kinds of people. It's just simply increasing their cost of living. It's not making it better for any citizens. So I urge a no vote. This bill is bad for Colorado.
Is there any further discussion on 1269, Representative DeGraff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the true spirit of bipartisanship, you guys are going to love this amendment because I'm really trying to meet you where you live. So I move L014 to House Bill 1269 and ask that it be displayed.
Give us a moment. That's properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is something I have not stood up an enterprise yet. And so I thought, you guys love enterprises, and we need to solve the decarbonization, and it gives people the opportunity to lead. Because here's the difference between leadership and dictatorship. Leaders lead, dictators dictate. What these climate goals appear to have is a lot of dictating. That would make dictators. So what this is an opportunity for the party to actually lead. So this is an opportunity. This is not a penalty. This is an opportunity cost. This is an incentive. Because we know that enterprises are actually incentives. So here's how this works. To support the governor's statewide climate goals set forth in sections 25-7-102G. Now I need to go back and look at that one, but last time I looked at these climate goals, there are no climate goals. There are 0 climate goals. When I polled everybody that signed on to these climate goals, I got 0 climate goals. That was an official Cora request. Probably about 20 of you in this building and some in this room and some in the Senate, 0.0 climate goals. The Building Decarbonization Enterprise, see, you like that? Building Decarbonization Enterprise. This is actually an enterprise that is what it says it is, as opposed to most of them where what it says it is, it ain't. Created in section that 24-38.5-123 shall impose and collect, and you wouldn't have to impose because this would be a voluntary thing because this is an opportunity to lead. This is an opportunity to lead. And I can guarantee that the good representative from Larimer is going to be, like, first and foremost jumping on this to make sure that he has the opportunity to lead. Shall impose and collect an annual fee of $1,000 from all registered Democrats in the state to offset the costs of any deportation of car theft cartel members who supported the climate goals by making motor vehicle ownership unaffordable. So this gets to a lot of different things. There was a lot of, because there's a lot of weeping and gnashing of teeth about deporting criminal migrants who are here, helping with the governor's climate goals by making car ownership unaffordable. So we can do that by just having a fee. And I think there's about, I think it's registered about 1 million Democrats in the state, like 1 million Republicans, 1 million Democrats, 2 million unaffiliated. So 1 million times 1,000, that's $1 billion. $1 billion. So you could do a lot if if everybody who's really truly on board with your climate goals, which would be the party that elected you, that they would just share that sacrifice instead of imposing this on the business community of Colorado. The fees collected shall be deposited in the Building Decarbonization Fund created in section, so I don't even get to create a decarbonization enterprise. All I get to do is use one that's already in existence. So that's efficient. We're not creating one, because this would be 28.44124, and this refers back to the decarbonization that's presented. So I would be using your decarbonization enterprise cash fund. So this is an opportunity for leaders to lead, as opposed to being a party of dictators. So I think, and in fact, I think what you would see is I think you would see actually a lot of people joining the Democrat Party in order to be able to participate in this, that they would be joining in order to have access to the ability to contribute to this fund. So I think it would accomplish a lot more. It would save the business community. I'll bet we could get BOMA on board with this. And I think I could get a lot of industry on board with this. And of course, your entire party supports this because they keep voting for this stuff. So this is an opportunity again for leaders to lead instead of just appearing like dictators. So dictators dictate, leaders lead. Be a leader. This is a good bill, amendment.
Representative Valdez.
Yeah, no.
Representative Veron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Come on, Valdez. This is a great amendment. It's a great amendment. What are you talking about? This is what you're preaching. Lead, buddy. You're a leader. I rise in support of this amendment. Vote yes. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As much as I enjoy this amendment, I am compelled to point out that this would push us over the 100 million limit. So I would urge the sponsor of this amendment to either withdraw or replace it with an amendment that builds 10 enterprises. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff and Representative Wilford, and then we'll go.
What the last speaker said.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate my colleagues helping me out with this. But really, if it's over $100 million, all that is required is a vote of the people. All we have to do is we have to I am willing to run this by the people of Colorado. So I appreciate my colleagues' support over here in that we should run this by the people of Colorado. We should run this by the people of Colorado. It would definitely bolster the Democrat registration process because you would literally have people lining up to become part of your party and the opportunity to participate because this is specific. It does say you have to be It does say you have to be a registered Democrat in order to participate. So I think this would really help your cause. I'm willing to put it before the people of Colorado. I think it might even need 55%. And then what we could do, we could start repealing all of these other ones because this would be so effective. this would be so effective in and of itself that we could start repealing some of the other ones. So I appreciate your support. The sponsors are behind this. Otherwise, if the sponsors are not behind this, this would be a rules for thee but not for me kind of thing. This would be a dictating to others that they want something, but they're not willing to contribute to it themselves. So I think it's a great amendment. I appreciate the sponsors' support and their desire to put this before the people. So all we have to do, we pass this. It will, if it does exceed because the Democrat registration goes through the roof, then I guess win-win. It's a win for the Democrat Party. It's a win for the environment. It's a win for businesses in Colorado who won't be forced out of business and forced to move to smaller accommodations. So I appreciate the sponsors' support in this. I urge an aye vote, which is obviously what the sponsors are going to be recommending as well. Otherwise, they would just be dictators, and I don't think so. I mean, those are the options, right? Lead or be a dictator. So if the sponsors want to be seen as dictators, I suppose they could oppose it, but this is a way to achieve everything that the sponsor wants without driving all of the business out of Colorado. So, that is very appropriate. That is very appropriate.
Representative Kelty to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you know, I am full support of this amendment. Why? Because it is goofy, and it's just as goofy as the bill. So it fits perfectly. You know, I find it hard. I come here every day, and amendments like this are necessary for bills like this, because people who are putting forth bills like this, those who are unqualified to actually put forth a bill like this, keep doing it over and over again, and I take offense to that. And then they don't understand the actual impact that it's going to have on businesses, on the community, the costs involved. They don't care. They're given a bill by someone else to run because they themselves don't understand the actual, what the bill does, if it's actually necessary, which it's not, the impact of it, which will be very, very little, other than the cost of it. The cost will be great. So you know what? I firmly support this amendment because, like I said, it's just as effective and goofy as the actual bill itself. So I ask for an aye vote.
All right, Representative DeGraff. Title, okay, we have a title motion. Can you move?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Wilford.
We request a title ruling on this amendment.
Okay, we go to recess, right? All right, we're headed in recess, right? A title ruling has been requested, so we're going to stand in a brief recess. All right, the committee will come back to order. The chair rules that the amendment does not fit under the title to the bill. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right. I will make my protest known. That was a good bill, but I move House L017 to 1269 and ask that it be displayed.
That's a proper motion. Give us a moment while we display it.
I don't understand why the sponsors did not want to use that recruiting effort that I had given them, that I
Hold on just a moment. All right, that is properly displayed. Representative DeGraff, tell us about your next amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right. So every cost, and this bill has a lot of cost. I think we just looked at $7 million times 8,300 billion buildings could end up in the $58 billion category. So we need to look at what that cost is to the citizens of Colorado, because this is money that comes out of the economy of Colorado. The General Assembly declares that with over 3,200 billion tons of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, its makeup in the dry atmosphere has increased from 0.03 to 0.04% in the last 100 years. And so this would go in the ledge deck. So it's just really setting the stage for how important this bill is. Because you have to know what it is that you are achieving in order to know whether the cost is. And so I'm going to lay this out for you, just how crucial bills like this are. In the last 100 years, presumably due to humans' incessant desire to extract solar energy from hydrocarbons, this makes it approximately 2% of all greenhouse gases. Each year, mankind generates approximately 35 billion tons in its flagrant effort to survival and earning wages. Of that, Colorado generates 0.125 billion tons, according to the Colorado Energy Office. So these are numbers. I'm using numbers from the Colorado Energy Office.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment?
Since carbon dioxide contributes 10% of the 40-degree greenhouse effect, raising the average temperature from an ideal of -15 to a barely habitable 25 degrees, Colorado's contribution can be calculated, and I'm just going to skip that math, to be 0.00016 degrees. The majority party of the Colorado General Assembly declares that it is the best interest of all humanity that this contribution to atmospheric energy be curtailed through guilt-induced behavior modification like this bill. So if you look at Colorado's, so you would take 58 billion divided by 0.000, let's say 2 degrees, 2 10,000ths, so you'd just divide that by 2, that would be 27 billion. You'd multiply that by 10,000, 10, 580. So about 580 trillion, I think, is what it would come to per degree. So so all we need is $580 trillion in order to achieve the sponsors' goals and of bills like this. To decarbonize the atmosphere. I don't know why they don't like plants. Most people like plants. The sponsors obviously have a disdain for them. So I recommend an aye vote on this, because this doesn't change anything about the bill. It just inserts into it the serious nature of this bill that requires us to invest $58 billion worth of Colorado's economy into achieving this goal. So this is a good bill. It just helps emphasize what we're actually achieving. And if you don't know what you're achieving, then there's no point.
Representative Gonzalez, to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support to this amendment. As you know, my colleague from El Paso loves to give us some math, and I think this math is very clear as to what it intends to do. So the legislative declaration to this bill would kind of add some perspective to it. So I encourage an I vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Valdez. Oh, Representative Barron. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, to the amendment. This is a good amendment because for the reason of this. As I know there's some business people in here that understand basic business. Of course, you're going to have to see if what you're paying for is actually worth what you're getting out of it, right? You're not going to pay overprice on engine oil when you can pay much less for the same outcome of a cheaper engine oil. This basically just puts into perspective what actually we are doing and what we're getting for by making these buildings and these company owners and these building owners pay that much money for energy savings. This will show the people, this will show these building owners what they're actually getting out of the money they are spending. So I believe this is a good amendment. This is not one of those that, we've been trying to run a little goofy to make a goofy bill look a little bit more goofy, but this is actually a good amendment. This shows what you're getting for your money. I urge an aye vote.
Okay, is there any further discussion on this amendment? Representative, all right, seeing none, the Representative DeGraff. To your amendment.
On the amendment, and I was hoping that the sponsor as a florist would talk about the benefits of increasing the carbon dioxide for plants to somewhere around 2,000 parts per million. So that would be about 5 times what it is now, 500% more than we currently have, if that's actually the case. So it's really not adding more. I was just hoping that the sponsor would add botanical expertise to the benefits of carbon dioxide, so we can balance that against the dangers of a temperature increase of 0.0002 degrees.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to raise that there's been some mathematical discrepancies with the representative from El Paso lately, and we're going to have to check this math, to be quite honest with you, but I'm going to ask for a no vote in the meantime while we run a check on that math.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to offer substitute amendment I move amendment L020 as a substitute to amendment L017.
Okay, give us a moment.
And ask that it be properly displayed.
That is properly displayed. Representative Wilford, tell us about your amendment, substitute amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This substitute amendment strikes the previous amendment and very plainly in the legislative declaration declares that Colorado loves decarbonization, plants, and Olympic-sized swimming pools. I would ask for a no vote on this.
All right, Representative Barron. To this amendment.
Yes, to the new amendment. Looking at it a little bit further, I see. I got to be honest, I'm speechless.
All right, then who's next?
I don't know what to urge. Urging a yes vote, I guess. Yeah, exactly. This is a good amendment. Great. I do like Olympic-sized swimming pools. But I kind of think that you're impugning the motives of Coloradans here, but I think they like decarbonization, but it's still a good amendment. Yeah.
All right, Representative Valdez.
I use an urge of it.
Folks, drops matter when the pool is in fact full. Drops matter.
All right, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And while I do appreciate this substitute amendment, I don't really think that it falls in the nature of the ledge deck, because it's just specifying a preference of the sponsors. So it really doesn't amend anything. It doesn't add to it. It doesn't explain anything. It doesn't create any explanation of risk. Now, I do understand the sponsor's intent of Olympic-sized swimming pools, because if you take Colorado's 0.125, and I appreciate her giving me this opportunity to explain 0.0125, and this is what's explained in the other one and why this amendment is not appropriate, and that's multiplied by 0.125 divided by 3,200, that would be the actual contribution of, and then since carbon dioxide only contributes about 10% of that, that's where you, and then you divide that by 6 million people of Colorado, that's where you get the 1/2, and then you equate that using 20 drops per 1 milliliter and 2.5 million liters per Olympic-sized swimming pool. That's where you get your carbon footprint of 1/2 of 1 drop, in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of drops. So that's what I think the sponsor is trying to convey. What the sponsor is trying to convey is that truly this bill will accomplish nothing. And so I do appreciate the sponsor emphasizing that the bill will accomplish nothing for $58 million out of the economy of Colorado. And so the only reason that they would do this is because she can and she wants to. So
Please don't impugn the motives of your colleagues, make assumptions.
well, it accomplishes absolutely nothing except for the mathematical equivalent of 1/2 of 1 drop in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of drops. So I don't know why else the sponsor would impose that benefit for $58 billion on the citizens of Colorado. So I think this, I do challenge this amendment as inappropriate, and then we can just take a vote on my amendment. But this does not answer anything about the bill. It's not about carbonization. It's just about a preference of the sponsor, and it really adds nothing to the bill, explains nothing of the bill. So I think the substitute amendment is, although appreciated, is inappropriate, so I challenge it as I'm not sure, it doesn't really have a title. I guess it's a title challenge. I title challenge this amendment as inappropriate to the bill.
Representative Wolford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I respectfully withdraw Amendment L020. I'm a little sad about it, but I do withdraw it for the goodness of math, and ask for a no vote on Amendment L017.
All right, that is a proper motion. We are back to Amendment L17. Representative Black.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I feel that I can vote on this amendment, I need to understand the bill or the amendment sponsor's purpose in saying it's guilt-induced behavior modification, but he is not paying attention. So I guess I'm inquiring as to why you say this is guilt-induced behavior modification as opposed to, forced behavior modification or some other qualifier. So maybe you could clarify that for me.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you. Forced would, yes, they are, that individuals to go along with this are forced to adhere to it, but they're only forced to the extent that they stay in Colorado. So the only real motivation to stay in Colorado with a cost of $58 billion to achieve 1/2 of 1 drop in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of drops is guilt. Because if they don't feel guilty about it, and they don't feel that obviously there's, if a good intention was a good idea, it wouldn't require a gun. And ultimately, these if people don't pay, somebody with law enforcement comes behind at some point. So this is just recognizing that it's guilt-induced instead of force-induced, because they do have the option of leaving Colorado, like many of the businesses already are.
All right, is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L017 to House Bill 1269. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. All right, the amendment fails. To the bill. Representative Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to move Amendment L015 to HB 1269 and ask that it be properly displayed, please.
Give us just a moment.
You're going to hate me.
All right, that is properly displayed. Continue, Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm bringing forward this amendment that says, on and after the effective date of this section, any legislator who is registered Democrat shall not be allowed to park in their assigned parking at the State Capitol building in order to demonstrate decarbonization leadership through the use of public transit. Be leaders. Show people the effectiveness of these bills that you're bringing forward. I urge an aye vote on this.
All right, further discussion on the amendment, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the risk of saying this is why we have House rules, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. I think it's clearly, I don't find this to be a serious amendment, so thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Madam Chair, I resent the impugning of my motives by the challenger. I was going to say sponsor, but not the sponsor. So let's look at this. On the effective date, any legislators who registered Democrats shall not be allowed to park. These are aligned with the governor's climate goals, two of which the Colorado General Assembly, the majority party in the Colorado General Assembly, has repeatedly supported. Now, we have the Bozone bill, which was the bus ozone bill. It's just a combination of those two words. And when I asked what the metrics would be for how much ozone would be reduced, I was told, we don't know. So when I clarified and I said, well, what are your metrics for reducing the ozone of this bus ozone / boson bill? What would be the metrics for that? And I was told by the Colorado Energy Office that not only do we not know, not only do we not have any metrics, we don't have any idea how to make those metrics. Yet, Colorado spends $24 million per year, and I don't think that was even up for discussion this year in all of the teacher salary things that we need for everybody, all of the millions of dollars that we need. Those $24 million, sacrosanct, to encourage bus ridership. And again, leaders lead, dictators dictate. So what I noticed after the General Assembly, the majority party in the General Assembly voted for multiple bills that would, like say the transportation-oriented housing that made everybody, that effectively rezoned 80% of districts that have metro in them, have bus service in them. I thought, all right, we are going to see the Democrat Party taking the bus, because all the way from Colorado Springs, you can jump on the bus, and it's actually cheaper than driving. So I would expect that the parking space next to me from El Paso County would be empty, but yet there's a car there. And so when the Colorado General Assembly votes repeatedly for the hoi polloi of Colorado, the tax-paying widgets, to have no other option than to ride the bus, I just thought this would be a good option to say that there would be no allowance for parking, because that's what the transit-oriented housing did. The transit-oriented housing was allow for, say, apartment complexes to, instead of having a parking lot, to build another structure on their parking lot, so they could double. So that in order to save people money, the governor's idea foisted through this room would be to eliminate parking except for paid parking. So that's how you save people money on rent, is that you save them money on rent by forcing them to pay for a parking spot. I don't get the math. I'm no math genius, but that doesn't make sense to me. So this is just an opportunity. This is decarbonization along the lines of all of the bills, all of the decarbonization bills that have been passed by the General Assembly, by this room, by the people who have said that they want transit-oriented housing so that the only option is buses. Well, why wait? Why wait to be forced to ride a bus when you can do so voluntarily? So you can vote for this. I think the staff would love to have your parking spots. We could ask them. They would be stakeholders in this, unless they're registered Democrats. Yes. So this again, this opportunity to lead in the climate endeavor will once again cause your recruitment numbers to skyrocket. I guarantee it. Everybody in this building is going to want to be a registered Democrat when they learn that they can't have a parking spot because they will be able to ride the bus. I mean, the other way is just that, again, dictators dictate instead of being a leader and leading. So I guess the sponsor is going to say something about this bill, so we're going to find out dictator or leader. Dictator or leader. So, I mean, those are, so if it's an aye vote, she's saying leader. If it's a no vote, she's saying dictator. So let's tune in. Everybody listen carefully.
Rep. Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not asking for any of that. I'm asking for a title challenge and a title ruling.
All right, the committee will stand in a brief recess, discuss whether the amendment fits under the title. All right, the committee will come back to order. The chair rules that the amendment does fit under the title. Representative Luck to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I take issue with this particular amendment. I don't think it's fair to, what happened to the amendment? They removed it.
You could display L015 again. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't think it's fair to remove every registered Democrat's parking spot just by virtue of being a registered Democrat. I think that there should be some causation, some sort of correlative impact here. And so perhaps the amendment sponsor would be willing to change that to say anyone who votes for this bill or others like it could have that because they've demonstrated a buy-in to this whole system. Otherwise, you're potentially penalizing people who shouldn't be penalized.
Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The causal nature of this bill is the representation, is the elections that were done. So everybody in this room that is voting for these bills, these decarbonization bills, is in fact, so if you're voting for the people that voted for the decarbonization, then that's saying that you're aligned with those goals, and being aligned with those goals is why. So that's the causative nature. So I recommend an aye vote.
Rep. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L15. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L15 fails. To the bill. Is there Rep. DeGraff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just one last effort to save this bill. So I move L019 to House Bill 1269.
So moved. One moment while we display it. L19 is properly displayed. Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll skip going through this line by line and just let you know that what it does is it repeals the underlying bill. Because as the sponsors noted, the underlying bill is the actual problem. The underlying bill is unrealistic, and as I've showed you, the underlying bill accomplishes absolutely nothing for $58 billion. So the best option here to save these buildings from Colorado, I mean, I still have these visions of some sort of racketeering sort of enterprise going on where there's some sort of collusion of driving the price of buildings down to 1/10 of their normal rate and then their normal price, and then sweeping in with billions of dollars and being able to buy that up. And then rescinding all of these nonsensical bills. So this would just be a way to do that in advance, rescind the nonsensical bill that for $58 billion accomplishes the mathematical equivalent of 1/2 of one drop in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of drops. So the other option is for the Democrat Party to say that once again they're dictating to the people of Colorado to remove money from the economy, to chase businesses and jobs out of Colorado for the sole reason of that they want to and they can. So this is the Democrat Party's. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've got the votes locked up on the scientifically based side over here. So the option is to tell the people of Colorado. It's to give the Democrat Party the option of telling the people of Colorado they're not going to just impose a $58 billion fine on them for achieving absolutely nothing. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment. It's a good amendment. It solves the underlying problem, and that's what we should always be doing. We should solve the underlying problems instead of just poking at symptoms. This bill rescinds the nonsense that was imposed in 2021 before, and you have some plausible deniability there because no one was actually telling you what the actual science is. Now you know it accomplishes nothing, costs $58 billion. This is a good amendment. Vote yes.
Rep. Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to be very, very briefly, but I want to take you on a circle here. So what I would like to talk about is there's a building where I live. It is 3 acres under a roof. It's fully enclosed. Reading the bill here, according to the amendment, it is also more than half of it is used, actually almost all of it is used for manufacturing, so it would come under the classification of this bill. And what they manufacture there is something called copper chromium arsenic, which is the green post that you see, the guardrail post and plate stock. When they build a house, they put that on the concrete before they start building the house. And part of this circle is a bill that was passed today that has to do with the roofs and the wildfire threat. And so there was a representative, I'm not for sure where he's from, but his name is the opposite of Summer. He came up here and he talked about about the forest and not the management of the forest. And so this particular building that I'm talking about, the way that they heat that building is they have a sawmill right up from it, and it's the waste from the sawmill, the sawdust, and they burn that sawdust to heat the building, which is taking a natural resource. They're burning it up so they don't put it in a canyon and cause carbon rot as the sawdust slowly decomposes. So according to this bill, this is 3 acre under one roof. I don't have no idea how much it would cost to make it in compliance with this, but if we was to just take away, but this is a good amendment, because if we was to take away the original bill, then we could do the full life of Circle, where we would clean the forest, where we would have the money so that we can put the improved roofs on the last bill, and then we would also be using the natural resources to heat these buildings, which only makes sense because I don't even think where I live if there's enough natural gas or electricity to supply that 3-acre building. Thank you.
Rep. Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also support this amendment. It's going to get rid of a bill that was bad for industry, not industry, bad for building owners, bad for tenants, bad for people paying to use the building. Let's actually make a move to lower the cost of living. If we repeal the original bill, that solves the problems, and Colorado can move forward, and they can be proud of us for doing something that will lower the cost of living. So I urge a yes vote.
Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of the amendment. I was a little skeptical of the bill, but then when I saw this amendment, I said, yeah, that's a really good amendment, and one that if this passes, I could be on board with the entire bill. So I want to thank the sponsor of the amendment for bringing this. This is really good policy as well. It's important that we go back to the baseline that we're currently at, and this amendment does just that. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Luck.
It says repeal for anyone who can't see that far. Repeal, repeal, repeal. Great amendment. Vote yes.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L19. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L19 fails. To the bill, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1269 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1269 as amended passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1268.
House Bill 1268 by Representatives Joseph and Froelich, also Senators Mullica and Winter, concerning the financing of a utility on-bill repayment program for certain energy-related improvements.
Rep. Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I really like your first name.
I really like your first name.
I move House Bill 1268, the appropriation, and the various committee reports.
To the appropriations report.
Appropriations appropriated, but we do have to, okay.
Rep. Froelich.
If you would like them delineated, it's appropriations, finance, and energy and environment committee reports. And
So moved. To the appropriations report.
thank you very much, Madam Chair. In appropriations, we appropriated, but as you heard from the interesting discussion previous, on the previous bill, 1269, we are in harmony with 1269, and we need to move a couple amendments to make sure that that is true. And so I move Amendment L17 to the Appropriations Committee report and ask for an aye vote. Ask that it be properly displayed,
It is
and then ask for an aye vote.
It is properly displayed. Is there any further discussion on L17? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L17. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L17 passes. To the appropriations report, Rep. Froelich.
I move L18 to House Bill 1268 Appropriations Committee report.
And it is being properly displayed.
And ask that it be properly displayed, and then
It is
now I
properly
ask for,
displayed.
thank you. Now I ask for an aye vote. This also conforms with 1269.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L18. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
Aye. Aye.
The ayes have it. L18 passes. Rep. Froelich.
I ask for an aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The appropriations report passes. To the finance report, Rep. Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also had a great discussion in Finance Committee. They are very thorough in their dollars and cents And we do have a small technical amendment. I move L16 to the Finance Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. L16 is properly displayed. Rep. Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is, as you can see, is a small technical amendment adding the word premium. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L16. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L16 passes. Rep. Froelich.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. One more amendment. This has been distributed on your desks for a couple days now. It is L15, and I ask that it be properly displayed.
Did you move it?
Move it again.
Oh, I move L15 to House Bill 1268.
Okay, and this was distributed on April 21st.
Thank you, and as previously mentioned, this one has been floating around for a little while. This is a couple clarifications regarding when the home is sold, how that is handled, and how the financing for these improvements are attached to the meter, not to the homeowner, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L15. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L15 passes. Rep. Froelich.
I ask for a yes vote on the Finance Committee report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the finance report as amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The finance report as amended passes. Rep. Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the Energy and Environment Committee, we also had a really great discussion, and they were super jazzed to provide low-cost loans to help people with energy upgrades in their homes. And so I asked for a yes vote on the Energy and Environment Committee report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Energy and Environment report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Energy and Environment report passes. To the bill, Rep. Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The House Bill 25-1268 requires the Colorado Energy Office to establish a state utility on-bill repayment program to help finance certain gas electric utilities on-bill repayment programs, on-bill repayment, which are programs through which energy efficiency measures, electrification measures, and energy upgrade installed at utility customers' premises are financed through loans that the customer repay through their monthly utility bill payment. The bill requires gas or electric investor-owned utilities that serve more than 500,000 customers to propose a plan to the Public Utilities Commission for establishing or expanding an existing on-bill repayment program for the Commission to review and approve, disapprove, or modify. The bill requires the State Treasurer on July 1st, 2025 to make an interest-free loan in the amount of $50 million from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund to the State Utility On-Bill Repayment Cash Fund, which fund is created in the bill. To support the financing of the on-bill repayment program, the office is required to pay back the loan by 2045. And I also wanted to note that there is a 1% interest attached to that $50 million. I just wanted to state that clearly. Thank you. And we ask for a yes vote.
Rep. Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Members, I like what the bill does. I like what the bill does, but I don't like where the money comes from, and this is a major issue. This is coming from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. This is not the people's money that is taxes that we can use for other things. This is actual people's property. That's why it's in a trust fund, because they're trusting us to not use it for other things. Over the years, since 2013, $662 million has been used, actually starting in 2003. $662 million has been given out of this fund, and it's still owed $385 million. Think about if that money was still in this trust fund, how much interest we could have gotten on that money all the way since then. It would probably be the same amount of money that's owed. But we keep taking out money from this fund. This is not our piggy bank. This is not our piggy bank. This is not our money to use. And I urge you to vote no on this bill. And I know it's a tough decision to make because what the bill is trying to do is a good cause. But this is not money that we should be using. No bill should be using this. Please, members, do not use this money. Do not use the trust fund money. Find money someplace else. This is not appropriate use of this money, and I ask for a no vote.
Rep. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo some of what my colleague just said. This is a well-intentioned bill, as most of these bills are, but the fact that we're funding this from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund, and the fact that there are people who think it is okay to use this money, when people who don't even know that they have unclaimed property, it's not right. I worked at a bank where I dealt with trust accounts. It says it in the name of the account, trust fund, in trust, to the state of Colorado. Since the beginning of the early 2000s, what was just said, over $600 million of people's money that was given to the state in trust is now being used for projects that, while they might be well-intentioned, it is not our money to use. We create enterprises, we have tax revenue, we use those means to fund what we have. Now, if the way that, what I've seen here, we create more enterprises, why not create another enterprise for this instead of pulling from the Unclaimed Property Trust? Because I can tell you, people in my district, especially over this weekend, who I haven't seen because of the holiday, actually came up to me and have been seeing what has been said in this chamber about moving funds, the budget. A lot of these people are extremely livid that we are using their money from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund to fund things like this. Now, I know people are struggling when it comes to affordability, to pay their bills, to put food on the table, to put gas in their tanks, but the solution is not to throw more money at it. We can continue to do that, and it's not going to solve the core problem that we have in this state on affordability. There's a moral issue to the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. Now, I invite those who think it's okay to pull from it to go back to your districts, to the people who don't even have or who are aware that they have money in the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund, and tell them that you think it's okay to pull from there. And I truly want you to go to these people and see the response you get from your constituents when you tell them, if you choose to tell them, that we're doing this. This is wrong. I will not support anything that pulls money from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund, and I urge a no vote.
Rep. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, you know the old saying that politics make strange podium fellows. You know, I'll just embrace that and take the opportunity to be able to agree with what has been said to date. I am in the Finance Committee. Not in favor of this bill in committee for several reasons. I do understand that the amount has been moved from 100 to 50 million, which is, you know, I guess good, except we're still sitting at $50 million. To be fair, we'll just take you through a couple of notes. The bill will leverage the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund to the tune of $50 million now to fund on-bill programs that are managed by utilities across the state. The memo will cover two main points: the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund and its current state, the utility on-bill programs. According to the treasurer, who is also, to be fair, not to speak for him, except for the fact that he spoke for himself and the department spoke for itself during committee to say that they're not in favor. The treasurer has roughly $800 million worth of liability due to existing legislation that has previously leveraged against it. So back to a point that was made here by by the vice chair of that committee, it's not a magical piggy bank. We're not talking about free money. There's no such thing as free money. The Unclaimed Property Trust Fund protects money, and I think that we need to stress that word. It's meant to protect money that is left in public by citizens and visitors of the state of Colorado. Over the past 9 years, beginning with HB 161409, and a $42.8 million transfer to state programs in the general fund, there have been raids already on the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. Keep in mind that when, and I'll just call it the UPTF, when it has too little money and too many people who are owed money, then the general fund will end up being leveraged and used to provide the funds back to the people who are owed. So Treasury has a website that lists lost funds for people to receive them back. The department has also explained that the UPTF has roughly $2 billion in obligations, $1.3 billion in both liquid and tangible assets, which they utilize for paying staff, purchasing office supplies, so on. There has been a concern from the Treasury that a bill like this passing could then also mean a reduction to Treasury staff. That's something that I think would be relatively concerning. We ran several amendments during the long bill specifically to reallocate, to reappropriate money, to move things around, to try to find various efficiencies within departments with the promise that it wouldn't come at a cut to staff, but still ended up seeing those summarily shot down. Not sure if it was because of the concern that staff would be affected, and I certainly agree that is something that needs to be taken into consideration. And if the Treasury is saying that this could result in staff being laid off, I think that's something to consider. Is also just another point that was made worthy of driving home even more is that $50 million, $100 million, whatever that figure is, the loss of interest, even though it's, there's going to be 1% paid, the loss of interest on that money, that's lost revenue. That's lost money. There's a cost associated with that. It doesn't show up in the pink sheet, it doesn't show up in the fiscal note, but you better believe that there's an actual cost to taking money out of your account. Anybody that has a savings account, that has a 401k, you're trying to stash money away for a rainy day, what's the last thing you want to do? You don't want to go raiding that fund because now you're going to lose the interest, you're going to lose the ability to be able to make money with that money. That's why we have retirement accounts. So why would we turn around and want to take money out of the Treasury's fund, lose the interest on it, not entirely, but largely, mostly, and lose that money? This is placing environmental policy over sensible fiscal management. And there are a lot of opportunities here for loss of revenue. Again, keep in mind that if the Unclaimed Property Fund, the UPTF, drops below a certain amount, general fund dollars are going to be leveraged. This is an expensive policy. It's an expensive idea that could be managed differently, could be managed more effectively without robbing money from the Treasury Fund. And again, keep in mind, this is something that I sat in that Finance Committee and heard the Treasury say, look, I mean, obviously we'll do this if legislature directs us to do it, but let's be very clear, we don't want to. I have, I don't know, 600, we all have 600 files sitting in our desks. I know I'm not supposed to use props, it's not necessarily a prop, but this is a beefy file, man. This thing is, it's got some weight to it. Anytime that something starts getting, like phone book thick, I don't know, it starts to make me think, maybe there's something not exactly right with this. If it's been amended so many times, if there's so many notes to be put into the file, there must be some very common sense objection to it. And I believe that, that we've just heard, I won't even include mine, but starting off with good representatives from across the aisle, there is some common sense objection to this. And I would encourage a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank God this bill has a bipartisan no on it. I thought the last bill on the decarbonization was goofy. My God, you've got to be kidding me with this one. In my opinion, it's a whole lot of feel good and zero cents. It's one of the most fiscally irresponsible bills I have seen yet today. The utility companies already have payment plans for people who can't afford their payments, who go over. And now you're going to be sucking money out of the state. I just can't, at the tune of $50 million? Are you kidding me? And on top of that, I don't have my fiscal note, but on top of that, it's a $25 million bill, but you're going to be pulling $50 million out. I don't understand that math. If you'd only need 25 million, which to me is atrocious, why are you pulling 50 million? It makes no sense. It's just bad math. It's irresponsible. This is absolutely irresponsible legislation to me. $50 million cost to the state, to the people of the state. And how much of the cost is going to be to the utility companies? How about that? You think the costs are not going to trickle down to the customers? So the people who are actually paying their bills are not going to actually be paying more? So now we're losing out of the trust fund, and now they're going to actually be paying even more on their own bills. It just makes everything more expensive. It goes against everything that we're sent here to do. Come on. I don't get it. I don't understand. We need to stop with feel-good legislation. Like I said, thank God this is a bipartisan no. I can't believe this bill made it out of committee, and I'm asking for a no vote, because we need to start doing good legislation, smart legislation, fiscally responsible legislation out of this building. Let's let it start today. Let's let it start right now with this bill, at least. I ask for a no vote.
Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so I heard this bill in committee, and what struck me was listening to the treasurer talk about how there was this money in the Treasury, unclaimed property fund, and then a legislator asked, majority party legislator asked, if that money could be used to fund other programs, like, say, a loan. And the treasurer went on to say what a bad idea that would be, that this was actually a trust fund. And the problem with this trust fund is it's being trusted to the General Assembly, who can't be trusted. So that makes that a problem, because what I saw immediately in the eyes of the legislators on the majority side was just the lights going off, then saying, there's how much money? There's how much money? It sounded like a slot machine. Ding, 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 ding. Not inaccurate, correct, not inaccurate. The majority party heard that there was money. There's money left in the pockets of Coloradans, so they're going to do some deep diving to find it. I don't know why you don't just do a bill that says, send us all your money, because we're coming after it all anyways. From each according to what he's able, to each according to what he needs, something like that. So, yeah. So lots of money in obligations, lots of money in a trust, and a huge lesson as to why you should not trust the General Assembly with money. So, and I'm going to run this amendment at the behest of the sponsor. I wasn't going to run it otherwise, but she did ask nicely. So this is to pleaded, in fact, because we really need to know what the benefit is in order to do the cost-benefit analysis. So we have $100 million, so we need to know what the cost is. So I move L019 to House Bill 1268 and ask that it be displayed.
The committee will go into a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the issue here is that we had the committee report. So the committee report, then it becomes a settled question. So it's now the bill, but I can't amend the bill because it was the committee report. So I'm just going to speak to the benefit of this $100 million because it's ultimately, or $50 million for the collection of $100 million or something like that out of the trust fund by people who are untrustworthy.
Rep. DeGraff, would you like to formally withdraw this amendment first?
I withdraw L019 from House Bill 1268.
Okay. L19 is withdrawn. To the bill. Rep. DeGraff.
So this, again, what we have is we have 3,200 billion tons of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. It's between 0.03% and 0.04% of the dry atmosphere. And the interesting thing about that is 0.02% is where everybody dies. So if you go below that, we're really right on the ragged edge of, like if this was a spaceship, say Earth was a spaceship hurtling through space at millions of miles per hour, our life support system would be right on the very, very edge of killing everything on the planet. Fortunately, it's not a spaceship and we're not hurtling through space at millions of miles per hour around a burning orb. In the last 100 years, because of humans' desire to extract the solar energy and hydrocarbons, the release of carbon dioxide, which makes plants grow, carbon dioxide is about 2% of the greenhouse gases. Humans in general across the world make 35 billion tons. Colorado itself makes 0.125 billion tons, and that's according to the Colorado Energy Office. So these numbers have all been validated by the Colorado Energy Office. Colorado, the CO2 contributes about 10% of the 40-degree greenhouse gas that keeps the planet habitable. And so if you look at 10% of 40 degrees of 0.125 divided by 3,200, you get 0.00016 degrees Celsius. So if Colorado went for net zero, in theory, you would save the planet from 0.00016 degrees Celsius. Now, most everybody would die, but you'd be able to feel good about saving the planet the temperature that the Earth transitions through in about half a blink. The majority party of Colorado declares that this is in the best interest of Coloradans to spend $100 million out of the trust fund in order to stave off the 0.00016. Why? Because they can, because they want to. I don't know why, but it accomplishes nothing. It takes money from the trust fund. The people of Colorado should not trust the General Assembly to do any of this stuff, as proven by bills like this and the scientifically proven math of what this actually accomplishes, which is 0.00016. You could round it up to 0.0002 degrees Celsius. That would be fine with me, but it still accomplishes nothing.
Rep. Joseph.
Join me, Representative Brooks.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I just wanted to note, again, we asked for a yes vote on this bill. There were many stakeholders at the table, including the Treasurer's Office. For the last several months, we've been having conversation, and again, it's $50 million as opposed to $100 million based on these stakeholding conversations that we've had. And also, I wanted to note, this is not a brand new idea, borrowing from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. We've done that in 2019, 2020, 2016, and many other times before for various reasons. Again, also as a reminder that we also have a 1% interest rate with the return of the funds. So again, what we are trying to do here is helping the state of Colorado or the people of Colorado to be able to do energy upgrades on their home at a very, very low cost. And I think this is something that all of us could get behind, and we ask for a yes vote. And I hope that my good representative, Brooks from Douglas County, will be able to vote yes on this particular bill. Thank you.
Rep. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I won't. I think to some degree, and I understand the reasoning. I understand the goal, what you're trying to reach, and I also understand that, you know, we're financially strapped these days, and so we have to be very creative with financing pieces. And to be fair, this is creative, even though it has been something that has been used in the past. I think that's actually part of my concern, is that it has been used in the past. It has been tapped into previously, and that if we deplete that amount to a point to where it could become problematic. The Treasurer's Office, as we all know, I'm sure we have all heard our state treasurer encourage us, even as legislators, right, to go into that unclaimed property fund and search our name to see what might be there, because their stance on it is that there probably is money there that we're not aware of. And behind even that effort, just even with legislators, there is a very large marketing presence to ask Coloradans to go and check for these unclaimed property funds. You know, I spent 20 years in marketing and advertising, maybe longer, but that might age me. And you don't know exactly what is going to hit, when it's going to hit, and what is going to resonate with your target audience. The Treasury Department is very active and very aggressive in promoting residents to go look at the funds. Should one of those marketing campaigns be very effective and hit, and then we have a depletion of those funds while we have a balance that's been taken out against it, we get to a point to where then the rest of it is leveraged out of the general fund. So not to cast any aspersions or throw any shade on the effectiveness of the Treasury Department, but I do think that we need to be very, very careful when we're taking money out of that fund if all of a sudden we have a demand on that fund as well. I will point out that there are not a lot of times where we get kind of a bipartisan opposition to a bill, and a good representative from Jefferson County, along with my representative, came up here. I feel like I'm playing Battleship when I'm looking at these various, I should just remember it. They came up and in a bipartisan fashion said that they opposed this bill. So to be fair, though I commend you for the creativity with the funding, I will be a no on this bill, and I would encourage those that sit on the opposite side of the room from me to listen to their representative from Jefferson County and also be a no on this bill.
Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In follow-up to what my colleague just mentioned, I will point out that at least one of the utility companies here in Colorado, I believe, made something like $2 billion in profit last year, which is more than sufficient to be able to put forth this kind of program without state involvement. If they're not putting it forth, then I guess the question would be why? Right? Why would they not want to provide these kinds of services? And why would we as the state have to step in to do this if they already have that kind of margin to be able to offer this type of program?
Rep. Froelich.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Let's just be clear on what the bill does. It's cool if you don't want to get the funds from the unclaimed property tax fund, then that's obviously where your vote's going to be. Our proposition is to provide folks with low interest, which would not be done by a corporation. The reason we can do this is because the interest rates are low. They're loaned out. You do get to do energy efficiency projects on your home. That increases your energy efficiency. It lowers your monthly energy bill and increases the value of your property. We think it's a cool idea. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1268. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1268 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1271.
House Bill 1271 by Representatives Gilchrist and Brown, also Senators Doherty and Michelson-Janae, concerning changes to practices related to federal benefits for youth in foster care.
Rep. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1271 and the Health and Human Services Committee report and the Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Appropriations report. Rep. Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. During the Appropriations Committee, we made additional amendments that appropriated approximately $100,000 of general fund to the Department of Human Services to assist counties with implementation. And we also amended the bill to delay implementation by an additional year to 2027, 2028, and we asked for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report passes. To the HHS report, Rep. Gilchrist.
During the Health and Human Services Committee, we adopted a strike below, thank you, Madam Chair, strike below amendment that narrowed the bill to just survivor benefits. And I move L004 to Health and Human Services Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. L4 is properly displayed. Rep. Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment L004 addresses the changes to the legislative deck in subsection 1 and changes the definitions in subsection 2, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L4. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L4 passes. Rep. Gilchrist.
I move L005 to the Health and Human Services Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. L5 is properly displayed. Rep. Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment L005 addresses the benefit eligibility requirements in subsection 3 and adjusts that 90 days, says that 90 days of the child coming into custody is when they should be screened, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L5. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L5 passes. Rep. Gilchrist.
I move L006 to the Health and Human Services Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. L6 is properly displayed. Rep. Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L006 addresses the representative payee and account requirements in subsection 4, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L6. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L6 passes. Rep. Gilchrist.
I move L007 to the Health and Human Services Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. L7 is properly displayed. Rep. Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This L007 makes a few technical changes and adds the word survivor to benefits as is in the other amendments. And we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L7. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L7 passes. Rep. Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L008 to the Health and Human Services Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. L8 is properly displayed. Rep. Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L008 removes some prescriptive language and also adds survivor benefits, as in other amendments, and provides language to the Department of Human Services, providing guidance to the county departments. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L8. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L8 passes. Rep. Gilchrist.
I move L009 to the Health and Human Services Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. L9 is properly displayed. Rep. Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L009 is a repetitive amendment that's meant to clean up the references to federal benefits and make them federal survivor benefits in every part of the bill. And we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L9. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L9 passes. Rep. Gilchrist.
Oh.
Rep. Brown.
We ask for an aye vote on the Health and Human Services Committee report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Health and Human Services Committee report as amended. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Health and Human Services report passes. Rep. Brown to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for your attention. We appreciate being able to present House Bill 1271. This bill is really about fairness. It's about fairness to our foster youth. You know, when I started working with my colleague from Denver on this particular issue, it became clear to me that, you know, we need to do better by our foster kids. And foster kids right now, if they come into the foster system with no survivor benefit through the Social Security Administration, they are, the county pays for their care, the state helps pay for their care. If they come into the foster system with a benefit, the state and the county are using that benefit to pay for their services. And while we need to pay for the services that we are providing, it does not seem fair that we are asking some kids to pay for their own services while other kids we are paying for without their financial help. So to me, this is about fairness. It's about making sure that kids in the foster system, as they're aging out, they have something to stand on. They have the benefits that they were entitled to, so that they can you know, rent an apartment or get a job. They often folks who are in foster care who age out, they age out into homelessness. They do not have the resources that they need to succeed. This bill makes sure that at least for those foster kids that have these survivor benefits, that they will be there for them when they age out, and that they can use them for their needs, and so that they can get on their own 2 feet. And with that, I want to thank my colleague from Denver for her leadership on this, for being an amazing advocate for foster kids, and for allowing me to join her in this fight.
Rep. Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my co-prime for joining me on this bill. I'm honored to be here today to present House Bill 1271. A little over a year ago, a former colleague of mine was fostering twin girls, and the girls were exiting care and planning to remain there permanently. Upon signing the paperwork, they learned that the department had collected $32,000 from the twins in federal benefits from their mom's death and used it for the cost of care for the time that they were in foster care. Not only were the twins not notified that this had happened, but when the county department could not provide, when asked, the county department could not provide an accounting of the funds collected or how they were specifically spent. To be clear, these girls were entitled to these funds, and they had not entered into foster care. Had they not entered into foster care, they would have had those funds. Kids enter foster care at no fault of their own. When I heard this story, I was horrified and thought, we have to do something to change this practice in Colorado. Kids who've turned 18 and are exiting care and are in a particularly vulnerable position. Sometimes these kids are in the middle of high school, and now they're on their own. To be able to utilize benefits that are entitled to them is a game changer, whether it's $500 or $37,000. Since working on this issue, I've heard countless more stories. The bill's intent is to change this practice to make sure that when kids come into foster care, they have federal survivor benefits, that the departments do not use those funds for cost of care, and they return the funds to the child. I also want to just highlight that there are a lot of states that are already doing this. 30 states do some form of this: Arizona, Oregon, Washington, D.C., and in our own state, Boulder County is already implementing this practice. To close, we have some powerful testimony. To close, I want to say thank you to all those who testified at the hearing and the mighty team that has worked on this policy issue. This is no small feat to get here, and I'm so grateful for those who are committed. At some point in the negotiations, I was asked, what is the urgency to do this? Why the rush? First, I would disagree that this is rushed. This has been a years-long process. However, the rush is these kids. These kids deserve to receive the money that is entitled to them, and they deserve it now. I understand this is complicated and there will be a loss of funds to the county child welfare system, but it was never their money to begin with. This isn't choosing one program over another. This is utilizing funds that should go to these children. We don't require other children in foster care to utilize outside funds to pay for their own care. It's the state's responsibility to care for these children. We need to change this practice in Colorado and do right by these kids, and we urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Ryden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want some clarity from the sponsors to make sure that the funds aren't just to be used for folks exiting out of care, that there actually could be circumstances during care in which then it would be appropriate for the county or the caseworker to use those funds. Could you speak to that?
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, as we have discussed previously, and happy to clarify that funds utilized outside of unmet need it would absolutely be appropriate. That is the counties right now are using that for cost of care as well as unmet need.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1271. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. 1271 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1057.
House Bill 1057 by Representatives Duran and Weinberg, also Senator Simpson and Danielson, concerning the creation of the American Indian Affairs Interim Committee.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1057 and the Appropriations Report.
To the committee report.
In Appropriations, we ran a L amendment to delay the implementation of this interim committee until July 2026, which is in line with the freezing of other statutory committees, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The committee report is passed. To the bill. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fellow colleagues, talk about a learning experience for the past year with the interim committee. Honored to be serving next to my co-prime. I didn't know half the stuff that was happening, and the best thing we can do for the state of Colorado is spin up a committee that listens to the concerns of our tribal nations, and I would urge an aye vote.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my co-prime sponsor for joining me on this important bill. Also, the steps that we are taking toward building the relationships with our Ute, Southern Ute, and Ute, Mountain Ute, and building those relationships, relationships of trust, and making sure we're collaborating together in moving forward in the policies that we move. And with that, I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I voted no on this bill in committee, not because I don't believe this is an important thing for us to do, but because the committee was not comprised of representatives of the tribes themselves. And thankfully, the bill sponsor was kind enough to work on an amendment with me, and so I move Amendment L005 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, sorry. L5 is displayed to the amendment. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In pertinent part, what this amendment says is that there will be a representative from both of our two tribes on this committee. They are non-voting members in the same way that all members of the public are non-voting members, but they will sit on the other side of the dais and be able to ask questions and engage in the same way that we are all able to engage. And I am grateful that that we've been able to come to this and that we can honor them in this way. So I ask for an aye vote.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is the first time my colleague and I have presented an amendment together in the 7 years I've been here. Thank you so much for bringing this to our attention, and really feel that it's important, since we are starting this new interim committee. We are taking steps in building trust and relationships, that they are included in part of that process. So thank you so much, and I would encourage a yes vote.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion on L5? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. L5 passes. To the bill. Is there any further discussion? The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1057. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. Oh, sorry, I just got lost. House Bill 1057 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 36.
Senate Bill 36 by Senators Catlin and Snyder, also Representatives Leader and Winter, concerning an exception to the requirement that members of the Colorado State Patrol post a bond.
Almost forgot what I said. Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a pleasure to serve with you.
It is a pleasure to serve with you.
I move Senate Bill 036 and the Business and Labor Committee report.
I don't think there's a committee report. Okay, we'll go straight to the bill. Representative Leader.
Thank you. Alrighty then. I thought we had to always do that. So, colleagues, this is concerning an exception to the requirement that members of the Colorado State Patrol post a bond. So, in 2018, the Colorado General Assembly passed House Bill 11...
Hold on 1 second, Rep. Leader. Members, we cannot hear up here. Please take your conversations aside. Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in 2018, the Colorado General Assembly passed House Bill 1140, which authorized certain public officials to use insurance in lieu of personal surety bonds. So previously, many state and local public officials were statutorily required to obtain personal surety bonds as condition of their service. House Bill 1140 removed this obligation by permitting public entities to purchase insurance coverage as an alternative. Well, this legislation change provided a more flexible and practical compliance mechanism for local governments, including municipal, police departments, and county sheriffs. However, the Colorado State Patrol was unable to take advantage of this option due to the state's self-insured status. Specifically, no insurance carriers were willing to issue the required coverage to the Colorado State Patrol because of the state's existence of self-insurance structure. So this is a good bill. Vote yes. And I'll now pass this along to Assistant Minority Leader Winter, my co-prime.
And
I agree with my colleague 110%. Good bill, vote yes.
Leadership. All those in favor, no, I'm kidding. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 36? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. Sorry. There we go. Senate Bill 36 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 70.
Senate Bill 70 by Senators Liston and Roberts, also Representative Armagost, concerning requirements for online marketplaces with respect to third-party sellers.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Senate Bill 70 is online.
One second. Rep, can you move the bill?
I move Senate Bill 70, and we have
And that's it. Great. To the bill. Go ahead. Please continue.
Thank you. So this is a online marketplace and third-party sellers. This is basically providing the tools and the everything necessary for online marketplaces to be able to report potential stolen products that are being sold in online marketplaces and third-party sellers. This is just something that opens up ways and methods for them to report, but also gives them the tools and the necessity to report anything that appears to be stolen products, stolen goods to law enforcement. And it's a good bill. I encourage a yes vote.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 70 does a really good job of ensuring that online marketplaces report stolen goods when they should know that they are from a stolen source. So it's a great bill to protect consumers, keep prices down, and keep stolen goods out of the market. We do have one amendment here that will ensure that the bill's language does not impact law enforcement agencies when they're doing that work in those investigations. So I move L1 to Senate Bill 70 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, it is displayed. Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment came from one of our esteemed colleagues from Denver, actually, who noticed that the current language of the bill could impede an investigation into stolen goods by making a requirement. So essentially what this amendment does is says if a law enforcement agency asks that it is not reported, they don't have to. So common sense amendment, it should help law enforcement when they are doing these investigations. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L1? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Sorry. L1 passes. To the bill, Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a growing issue. We do have a lot of retail theft going on around our state. This is one of those ways where it is most predominantly sold is through online marketplaces and third-party sellers. This just gives them the tools and ability to report these things that appear to be stolen goods that are being sold in these online marketplaces. So with this amendment, this became a better bill. I think it's much better when we aren't doing anything that can impede on these task force or otherwise RICO investigations that law enforcement might be conducting. And this will help them ensure that they can find the people that are stealing these items to sell them for profit. So I encourage a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 70? Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I believe this is a story about David and Goliath. On that committee, what happened was we had two witnesses. One witness was Home Depot, and the other witness was a lady that sold doll clothes out of her house. And so Home Depot was one of the biggest pushers of this bill. And the reason is because they said that they were having hundreds of thousands of dollars stolen out of their store. And so I asked the question, why, how are you getting hundreds of thousands of dollars stolen out of your store? And what they said well, the barcode, what happens is in our store is somebody goes in to our store, and if there is an item that's $300, they take a dollar item, and they take the barcode, and they cover it over the barcode. So then when they check it out, the item was $1 instead of $300. So if you are against big corporations, this right here you need to listen to. So this is the solution to this problem. If they would hire more cashiers and not have self-checkout, then they would employ more people, and then we would have more people employed, and then the lady that has her selling her Barbie doll clothes can stay in business. That is why I voted against this. Are we going to go with the Home Depots, or are we going to go with the lady selling the Barbie doll clothes? I say we go with the lady selling the Barbie doll clothes. Another issue about this is if it went over $200,000 on this bill, then that's when you're going to start being investigated, unless something has been changed. Well, I want to give you an example, a perfect example of what happened to me. I'm a farmer. I bought a tractor on Marketplace, which most people do where I live, for $48,000. I then sold that tractor for $70,000. If I would have bought sold a $130,000 baler, that is 2 pieces of equipment for a farmer, not unheard of, then I would already be spotted there for maybe illegal. That's how we do business where I live. We don't have a railroad. We don't have freeways. We have Marketplace. This is an infringement on internet, in my opinion. This is censorship of the internet, and I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know how an online seller would know that handmade Barbie clothes are stolen goods. So I don't think that the concerns from that particular vendor were warranted, because it doesn't make a lot of sense. I think if someone is selling tons of brand new merchandise from a retailer online at the same time that a large number of goods were stolen, it's a different scenario than handmade Barbie clothes like we heard about in committee. So while I sympathize with the concerns, I don't think they're warranted about this particular bill. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree. I do appreciate my colleague's passion for doll clothes in this situation, but in all seriousness, so this is something that is, retail theft is on the climb in Colorado. This is a way to address the issue without raising penalties, without doing the things. This gives the online marketplaces and those third-party sellers the ability and the mechanisms to report things very easily to law enforcement where they might otherwise be confused or not aware of methods to do that. So this connects that chain and makes that link to make these marketplaces able to report more easily when they do see these things. And that's one way that we can help stop retail theft that's on the climb here. I also encourage a yes vote.
Sir, any further discussion? Representative Sukla.
If this wasn't about Home Depot and them not hiring cashiers so that you have to be the one that checks your own stuff out, I don't know what is. Is there anybody in this room that's got invited to the Christmas party at Walmart because you're the one that self-checked out? No. We need more checkers in these places, and this bill right here is going to stop it. I would say if you are for the small person, and how do we know that they didn't make those doll clothes in China and they shipped them over here and resold them? I say let's go for the lady with the doll clothes, and the hell with Home Depot.
I'm just going to let it resonate. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 70? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. I was going to say something about Walmart. And all those opposed, please say no. Oh, Lord, Senate Bill 70 passes. Okay, committee, we will go into a brief recess. the committee will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report. That was
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1057 is amended, 1122 is amended, 1153 is amended, 1268 is amended, 1269 is amended, 1271 is amended, 1302 is amended, 1315 is amended, and 1319 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third and final passage. Senate Bills 36 and 70 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third and final passage.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon. Members, you have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the first Luck Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report on House Bill 1269.
Representative Luck moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the Luck motion to adjourn CNADA to show that the Luck motion to adjourn CNADA passed.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do I or do I not? Madam Speaker, I withdraw my amendment to adjourn sine die.
Thank you for the fun. Representative DeGraff, there's no amendment before us. No need for you to speak at all. Woo! Mr. Shebel, please read the second Luck Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Luck moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Luck Amendment L21 to House Bill 1315 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1315 as amended passed.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this one I will actually put forward because I do desire for us to restore our associational rights to some degree as relates to the open primary. And so I ask that the threshold for, I need to move it. I move the second Luck Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed.
Thank
Please
you, Madam.
proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So basically what this amendment would do is reduce the threshold that is required for the political parties, the major parties, to meet in order to opt out of the open primary. This, I believe, helps to restore some of the associational rights, as I mentioned, and especially as relates to some of the other changes in the bill, I think that it is a balance. So I ask for an aye vote.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the good representative from Fremont County. I really appreciate it. I wish I would have had a little more time with this amendment. And as I've said and committed in the record, I would talk to our Senate sponsors about this. There's also, I don't pretend to be an election law attorney. I don't know if there's unintended consequences that we need to account for. I would like to consult with our election law attorney. So at this time, respectfully, I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the second Luck Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote? Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Stewart votes no. Representative Morrow, you are on mute. Representative Morrow is excused. Garcia is excused. Marshall, excused. Ricks, excused. Please close the machine. With 9 aye, 47 no, and 9 excused, the amendment is lost. The motion before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote? Please close the machine. With 36 aye, 20 no, and 9 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Announcements. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Madam Speaker, excuse me. Gosh, where's my head? We have 8 bills in HHS. I have changed the order a bit. We will hear 194, 197, 1328, 193, 122, 169, 192, and 195 in that order, 10 minutes upon adjournment. Thank you.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Judiciary Committee. Also, bill sponsors, if you have a bill up, listen up because I've also changed the order a little bit. We're going to be meeting in 15 minutes at 3:15. In this order, we're going to hear the bills, starting with Senate Bill 41, Senate Bill 185, Senate Bill 116, Senate Bill 190, House Bill 1264, and Senate Bill 179. See you at about 3:15.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as somebody who likes to look nice here at the Capitol, I have an announcement for you. Check your email. Today tomorrow is the deadline. Actually, today is the deadline to order your house gear. If you want some gear that has the house logo on it and all of that cool stuff, and I recommend a jacket, they look great, you need to go ahead and get that ordered, and they will all be delivered here to the Capitol. So if you have any other questions, check your email.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee will meet in LSB-A for as fast as we can go on 4 bills, 187, 182, 69, and 8 at 3:15.
Great. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, I want to wish you all a happy Earth Day. Earth Day, yes, I'm wearing my little leaf here. Earth Day was started in 1970, and it spawned the EPA under President Richard Nixon. So do something good for the Earth today. We passed many bills on second reading that will be great for the Earth. So good job.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till tomorrow, Wednesday, April 23rd, 2025.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Shebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1332 is amended, and Senate Bills 40, 53, 54, and 168 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bills 1296 is amended, 1311 is amended, and Senate Bills 18 and 49 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bills 81 is amended, and 274 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bills 202, 203, 205, 271, and 275 is amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole. HJR 1029 be referred to the House for final action, and House Concurrent Resolution 1003 be postponed indefinitely.
Printing report.
The Chief Clerk
Printing
reports the
report will
following.
be printed in the Journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate
Message from
has
the Senate
passed.
will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit.
Message from the Reviser will be printed in the Journal. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.